Hey, Annette. Hey, Tim. No, I'm afraid you second, Tim. I believe Annette beat you. Okay. How y'all doing tonight? I hope everybody's in good spirits and in a good mood and happy and getting ready for Christmas. Hey, Dale. It won't be long now. Santa Claus will be buzzing through. Probably gonna leave Tim Molina a bunch of ashes and sticks and charcoal. Well, look here. How many of y'all watched the truck driving game yesterday? That daggone Troy tickles me driving that truck. I believe I could watch him all day. He drove it 1,000 miles and had done, I believe it was $9,000 worth of damage to his truck when he unhooked. And then did five more. Then did 5 more thousand when he was going to fill it up with fuel. Four Roses single barrel for medicinal purposes. There you go. Four Roses. Yeah, I laughed at that Troy driving that truck. Man. I guess everybody gone to bed tonight. I didn't see anybody else live doing anything. I've been watching I've been watching bushcraft videos. I said, well, I see what's going on in the fishing world, and I didn't see anything. So, and I'm pretty sure that the Georgia and Virginia bunch not gonna go live tonight. I don't think. No, they're not going live Friday night. Got the big Rivers challenge tomorrow. I think the Tennessee versus the James. Seek One Day Hunting Challenge. You know, I used to deer hunt golly all but 2 or 3 days of the seasons here in Mississippi forever and ever and ever and ever. And I quit hunting back in the 90s, I guess. Quit deer hunting. And I just don't like to watch somebody shoot one of them deer. I ain't no tree hugger now, and I eat plenty of deer meat. People give it to me, but I just don't like to watch them. I used to watch them, but and I've killed many of them, legal and illegal. But I just don't like to watch them anymore. Now that thing that Troy does with that virtual hunting, that don't bother. I watch that. But these guys that, film their hunts and all that, I don't care nothing about it. I wished I lived out where I could have deer in around the yard and everything. But I don't live. I don't live. I live on the edge of town, but no deer around. Not close anyway. I lived here. I lived here 4 or 5 years before I ever got any cardinals in my yard. Dadgum mockingbirds didn't allow any other birds around here except the overpopulated sparrows and house finches. But we had a big snow. I don't know. I know it. I know on our patio table, a short Budweiser, you could sit it down in the snow and it wasn't sticking out of the snow. So that, and it was big old flakes, like the biggest flakes I've ever seen here in Mississippi. And it wasn't any wind, and it just coming down like feathers. And so I don't know how many inches that is, 5 or 6, I guess. And my truck is not parked under the carport; it's out in the driveway. And well, I got up there next morning, and you couldn't put another bird on that truck. Because it's concrete, and it's bare, it's clean, it wasn't nothing. And they was up on picking that gravel that falls out of the mud on my truck, I reckon. So I went out there and threw some seed up under that sunflower seed. Because I was feeding the birds, I just didn't have any cardinals. And I got 8 pair. I guess they saw the other birds and they came to town from out in the country and looking for food. I don't know why they showed up, but it was 8 pair of them. Showed up under that truck. And man, males and females, and they were working alive with the sparrows and the blackbirds, and I had to go put some more feed under there. Hey, man. So I got my shovel and cleaned all the driveway off out there good. And I had sunflowers growing in my yard for 2 or 3 years. where it was sunflower fell off, got off on the edge. But anyway, and from then on, from that day forward, we got cardinals everywhere in the neighborhood around here in the 2 or 3 houses right here close to feed the bird. But it took the snow to bring them in here to push the mockingbirds out, or to compete with the mockingbird. It's really weird, really strange. I love watching, and in the spring, especially with the migration, try to identify new birds. Eric and I went over on the river this afternoon at 12:30. Sat over there on the river bank and let Angel run around. And well, we didn't get out. We were in the truck. And man, that river was full of towboats today. I had my radio there, my marine radio, and it was full of towboats, north and southbound. And that's good to see. I mean, that's good for the country, the whole country, not just the river, Mississippi. And that's good for the whole economy. Well, I keep putting the link up here if anybody wants to come up here and visit. And I'm going to go to the kitchen here in a minute, and I'm out of snuff back here. I figured hog leg or some of them would be awake anyway. Well, is it cold in y'all's part of the world? It's supposed to snow here. I can't believe it, but they saying it is. It's 44 here, but it feels colder than that out there with the humidity. I guess it's the humidity. Supposed to get down to 30 tomorrow night. That's cold. 35 and then 38 and then 35 and then 35 and then Tuesday. No, Thursday. Thursday. Listen to this. Now, this is Mississippi. 14. 14 Thursday, 20 Friday, 18 Saturday. Hell, I'm going to Florida. 14 degrees and 55% chance of rain. That sounds like an ice storm to me. Lord have mercy. Oh, no. Oh, boy. We don't need another ice storm. Yeah, I bet so. It started getting cold here before dark. I went outside and, this afternoon about 3 o'clock when we came back from the river, I cut Eric some cauliflower and some Brussels sprouts and some broccoli. And my hands got absolutely cold out there. Cloudy, real almost misty rain. And it was 50. I came in and checked the thermometer and it's 51 degrees. That ain't cold, but it was cold out here. Columbus, Ohio. Yeah. Hey, bud. Dale, have I ever told you I got a buddy up there at Zanesville? I believe I have. I got a metal detecting buddy. I never met him. But we talk all the time in the metal detecting chat room. He's a real nice fellow. He used to be a over the road coast to coast truck driver. He lives in Zanesville. Zane, Z-A-N-E. Z-A-N-E-S or Z-A-N-E, Zanesville, Z-A-N-E-S-V-I-L-L-E. And I think, isn't that right there around Columbus? That's right, isn't it? Close to Columbus? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I knew it was up there pretty close. He lives fairly close to the, I can't say the name of that river. Chickamauga or Hooga, some kind of, I can't say it. I can't even remember what it, Muskingum or something like that. I've been trying to get up there for several years ago. Spent about a week metal detecting, but I never have made it. I may have to do that this spring. Muskingum or something. Yeah, that's right. I looked at it on Google Earth and all. It looked like there might be some fish in that river if it's not too polluted. I've never been to Ohio, Indiana. I landed at the airport there in Chicago one time. Hey, Eric. Hey, you cook anything tonight, Eric? Or better yet, did you get that cauliflower clean? Okay, yeah, that's what I kind of figured. I guarantee you egg laying in the bed. Now, Eric, I like not ever got warm. I had to come in the house and run. After you left, I had to run warm water on my hands. I got so cold out there cutting that stuff. And, oh yeah, okay, I got you. Well, like I said, it's just dirt from pulling the roots up of that other one. I should have washed it off when I did it, but I didn't. That's just like everything else I should have done. I can procrastinate with the best folks in the world. Listen now, no, it's the musky gum or something like that bug, man. Tamales, oh boy, yeah, man. This is the time of year to eat them too. It's gonna finna be cold. Kay brought home all the fixings for some chili. You got some sausage to fry up, and that's the kind of food I like when it's cold. Hey, let me ask y'all something. I never done it. When you cook sausage patties in the skillet, I always put a little bacon grease in there, to have a little something to fry it with. When you get through cooking that the sausage, uh, can't you make gravy out of that grease that's left in that skillet? Oh, everybody wanted something to eat. Can't you just go on and put flour and salt and pepper and all that and make you some gravy out of that grease? Maybe leave a little crumble a little sausage up in there and leave it in the gravy. And yeah, I thought so. I think I'm gonna do that. I may do that in the morning. Put some biscuits in the oven. Man, that sounds good, don't it? Musking gum, that's it. Yeah, and crumble up some sausage. There you go. See, I like to chop up some onions real fine and saute them a little bit, and then start. Hey, David Smith. Yeah, I don't. I I don't. I do water. I don't do milk. I get. I mean, I guess it's the same difference in milk or water. What time gonna be ready? You probably be up and work 2 or 3 hours before I ever get out of bed, Eric. Yeah, I think when you get that gravy at the restaurant, the cafe, it's white. I think that's what they must make it. They make it with milk, and I like it. I like that white gravy. I guess I could. I got plenty of milk. I guess I could make it with milk. But I've just always done it with water when I make gravy, so I just do it the way I know. And be brown. And with milk, I guess it'd be white. Yeah. I like some biscuits and gravy now. Baby. Add water. Hey, Melissa. Yeah, I add water and stir it in with the flour to thin it out some and to increase your volume. Yeah. Yep. That's I know that, Dale. Yeah, white gravy is breakfast. I guess I could do it with milk. Yeah, I love mushroom. But hey, Mark, we having a cooking show, Mark. We cooking sausage gravy, put on biscuits. You don't never know what we're gonna be doing in here. I don't get. Yeah, they done fussed at me for using water. I guess I'll have to start using milk. Melissa, what you got hog leg done? Happy birthday, Mark. I didn't know it was your birthday. I don't get. And there's the link. Bacon gravy. Okay, well that's basically what I'd be doing. Except it'd have to crumble up a almond cocoa. Okay, I'll be quiet. Hey, let me tell y'all what I did to CP. Uh, he had a. I'm a terrible friend, man. Y'all got to hear this. He uh he had a colonoscopy this morning at 11:30. So last night, have I told? I know I didn't tell y'all this because I ain't been lying. And last night about 8 o'clock, you taking that medicine. You know how you have to do for coach. And I started sending them pictures. And this is the first picture I sent him. I put on there, that's ribs. I put on that supper tonight. Yum yum. And he says, I see I'm gonna have to block you till tomorrow. And he loves sushi. And I sent him a picture of sushi. Oh man. He called me a dirty dog. And then I called a mutual friend in Oklahoma City, old metal detecting catfishing friend, and told him about it. And he sent him a whole pile of pictures of ribs and stuff. Because he can't eat now, boy. We had a ball with him. Hey, Turtle Lady. Yeah, we fixed him up. And you having a birthday too, Tim? Hey, Hog Leg. Yeah, we talking about gravy. Yeah, I know it's wrong, but it sure was funny when I was doing it. I was laughing. He said he's gonna have to block me till tomorrow, till the day. But he came out of it okay, I think. I ain't heard from him. He sent me a picture about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. He was sitting at Jimbo's Brick House Barbecue. Yeah, kick him. When you get him down, kick him. All right, Bug. See you later, man. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Yeah, he went straight to the barbecue house from the doctor. I threw a craving on him. Yeah, man. Come on up, Melissa. Somebody need to come up and tote the mail. I got to go to the kitchen. Yeah, long week. You're a lot better looking than they are, Melissa. I brushed my teeth, so I ain't got my. I'll not have bad breath. That surprised me over there today. Yeah, that's right. I ain't tonight my hair on top of my head. Oh yeah. That surprised me over there today with all the towboats. And they went from very few to piles of them over there today. It's rising. We got it rose 2 feet just last night. And it's going to rise another little bit, and then it's going to fall a little bit, and then damn, I can't remember, but way up the river, around Cairo, south of Cairo, I guess. They got 2 foot there, rise up there, so it's fixing to go on up. Probably going. I just hope it don't, go get up too high. We can stand 20 foot this time of the year. Hey, Chris Everett. We can stand 20 feet this time of the year, but we have to leave room for that spring rain. Yeah. All the women complaining about the hair. No, she don't like it. You know she don't like it. She gonna pull on it all night long till she gets it off, Eric. You know that. She don't want nothing on that paw. Eric, you need to go to the. I don't even. I guess Tractor Supply would have it. Go to Tractor Supply and buy a spray can of that purple lotion, purple ointment. I don't know what they call it. And spray that on that paw outside. And yeah, I know it. Tell the lady. Spray that on that paw a couple of days in a row, and that thing will heal right up. But you're gonna have to. Oh, she didn't pass out. Yeah, but you get some of that purple lotion or blue lotion. I don't know what they call that stuff, but it's in a spray can. You can get it in a spray can. I used to carry it in my hunting coat when I was coon hunting. The dog looked like they've been dyed blue and purple running around. They always getting cut and stuff. But that blue lotion or whatever it is, it works good. It'll heal that thing right up. Tail in Maine. Yeah. Jackson, there you go. Oh, is that the name of it in it? Pad coat? Is that old blue stuff in that? Same thing you spray on cows and horses and pigs. You know, when you dehorn a cow, you spray it on that horn site, and when you make girls out of the boys, you spray it on them. I mean, that stuff is good. No, she ain't gonna like that stuff on her foot. That sock, that's for sure. But that blue lotion is that's a miracle drug. I guess it's got a lot of sulfur in it. You should spray it all for the ticks, don't you? You spray it on the tick bites too. Yeah, Track Supply. Well, that or either Farms Co-op might have. You know, we don't have a Western store or nothing anymore. When the Western store was up there, you could buy all kind of medicine. You could buy, yeah, how about that? I won that on Chunky's thing here a couple of years ago. That's right. Yeah, it'll keep the flies off too. But I think it's got sulfur in it, Tim. Well, Uncle Lou's right. There you go. Well, that's good on your birthday. Yep. That's right. That is a good birthday present. And from a fine fella, too. I hadn't seen Uncle Lou around a day or two. Well, you got to get one to match your eyes, Mark. You don't want one that don't match your eyes. See my hoodie and my eyes, they match. Oh, okay, Mark. I knew I hadn't seen him around. Good. My little sister had the flu last week. It knocked her down. And then my other little sister fell off the attic stairs and broke her leg right below her knee. That's the thing. You gotta think they're gonna have that operated on. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mark. Is that right? Happy birthday to you. And many, many more. Yeah, I hadn't seen Don R around. Anybody know anything about Don R? Hadn't seen Brad Carter around. Hey, Lourdes. Yeah, I was singing happy birthday to Catfish and Crappie. All right. Okay, Annette. Yeah. Yeah, it didn't seem to be bothering Angel. She was running around. She wasn't limping. It didn't seem to be bothering her. But I guess it can always get infected now, and you don't want that to happen. Uh-oh. Somebody gonna jump out of cake. Ooh. Oh, no. No, I'm not doing Marilyn Monroe impression. Yeah, somebody come on up here. Hog leg, you stay up on this computer all night, every 3 or 4 nights a week. Now, come on up here. 'Cause I got to go to the refrigerator. Yeah, need a chair. Let's see. He won't be fishing. No, he won't be fishing in that thing tomorrow. That'll be Darrell and Jody, Bobcat, and then Dustin and stand 2 and stand 3, I reckon. I got to go get some more snuff. I'm full. I don't want anything to eat. I'm yet out. I don't want no more food tonight. Hey, Chucky. Welcome in, Chucky. Y'all ever watch him too? That Hispanic fella that's always shooting stuff out of a cannon or shooting a gun and this, that, and the other high powered. I can't say that kind. I saw a video of him today launching bowling balls. He had this cannon deal made, and it was on a hand truck, a hand dolly. And it was bolted on that hand dolly. And I don't know where they located, but they speak English, but you can tell they all are Hispanic. And he had some kind of green fuse. I guess you can buy it. I don't know. It's a fuse about that long. Okay, Lord. Thank you for dropping by, man. Appreciate it. And he had some black powder. Had a little old can of black powder. And he turned that cannon up. It swiveled, He turned it up, tightened it down. He didn't put that killing much black powder in that thing. But he just had a little container. I say he put about a cup. I don't believe he put more than a cup in the cup full. maybe a little bit more, maybe a cup and a half. But that still ain't much to me. And he put that kind of that bowling ball down in there, and he already had the fuse stuck in. He tilted it, tightened it down, and they tried to film that. They tried to film that bowling ball, and when it went off the first time, they never did see where the bowl. They had a picture of it in the air, but they don't know where it went. They didn't ever see it land, but it blew the wheels off of that hand truck and threw that thing way back about 15 or 20 feet. It blew the tires off of it. So they picked that thing up and carried it back up. They were shooting off of a cliff down in. It looked to me like some kind of mine where it's round and had water down in the very bottom of it. It was deep down in there. And then you can see the other bank over there. And they had two bowling balls. So they put some more, they reloaded, they picked that big old heavy thing, carried it back to the ledge up there and put some more gun, put a fuse in there and put some more of that black powder in there and put that other bowling ball. And they never got that thing on camera, but they could see it going. They could see it visually, see it. Or one of them or two of them could. And they was trying to shoot it out and let it come down in that lake out there. They said that thing looked to them like it went 3.5 miles across it. Yeah, that's right. Hey, Chris. Indiana Chris. I didn't know that. I didn't know powdered milk would blow up. Powdered coffee cream. But now I don't know. Yes. Hey, hey, Hog Leg.
Hey, hog leg.
Yeah, you up. But I didn't know black powder was that. I didn't know black powder was that powerful. And because he didn't have any packing in there or anything, he just had black powder with the bowling ball sitting right on the powder. He didn't have any. He didn't have a wad. He didn't have anything in there. No, nothing. And it launched that bowling ball, man. And they were sitting there guessing after the second shot. They were sitting there guessing and showing the camera across there. And they said, that's got to be 2 miles to the other side over there. And it carried, I mean, it went way past that. Hey, Gig. Yeah, I know the coffee creamer. I know what you're talking about, Tim.
Hello, everybody in chat. Hope y'all doing good.
All right, hold the fort. I'm going to the kitchen.
All right. Hurry back now.
I am. Watch the
All right. Yep. Here I am. Hello, good people. Let's see. So, it's your birthday, Mark. You want me to jump out of a cake for you, Mark? Oh, man. Timberlina, it's going to be your birthday Sunday also. Happy birthday to you Sunday. If I don't see you nowhere else. Yeah, can't wait till see the tournament tomorrow or later on today. No, there it comes. Should do a video about that. Come on, Mark. I could even show you a leg or two. You don't want to see my man boobs, Mark? Oh, man. Uh-oh. Sound like you kicked the cat.
Oh, I have to put a chair behind that door to keep him from swinging wide open, keeping Kay up.
So I wore my catfish and crappie cap. Just so
Yeah,
you
you
know.
sure did. You happy birthday him up right.
Yeah. Yep. I only wear this cap on special occasions.
Mm-hmm. Like, look, where's your buddy Kenneth?
I don't know. I left him this morning. I haven't heard a word out of him today.
I missed y'all last night. I went to bed just about the time y'all was coming on. He's out there somewhere. He was trying to trip me when I was going down the hall in the dark.
I told you kicked the cat.
Yeah. I learned to drag my feet. Well, he loves to run out in front of you and lay down and put all four paws up in the air.
Oh, man.
He loves to do that. And in the dark, you can't see him. I've learned to drag my feet.
Hey, what old man don't learn to drag his feet, right?
There you go. Well, at least I'm still up moving.
There you go. I wish I could get around as good as you can. But I'm your age.
Well, did you hear what I said about my two little sisters? Yeah, one of them had the flu all last week, and she giving finals over there. She teaches in junior college. Yeah, and she missed all last week with the flu.
Oh, wow.
And a bad flu. She had to go to the doctor and get shots and everything. And then Saturday, my other little sister was doing something up there in the attic and fell about 3 steps coming down, fell off the stairs, then pulled down and broke her leg right below her knee. And she works for the state, and she got Blue Cross Blue Shield. Well, the only doctor in Mississippi that does that operation, this must be a tedious operation. The only one that does it works for the University of Mississippi Medical Center. All right, University of Mississippi Medical Center and Blue Cross Blue Shield been at each other, and they won't accept Blue Cross Blue Shield insurance.
Oh, man.
And so she saw a doctor there, and that does the operation, and he said, well, there's a doctor in Birmingham that trained under me for 4 years, and he does the operation. So they did a CAT scan and sent one to him there at UMMC and sent the other one to Birmingham. Well, this morning, you know what that operation was going to cost him? Between $50,000 and $60,000.
Good. Wow.
And so Birmingham accepts Blue Cross Blue Shield, so she was in the process of setting up an appointment to go to Birmingham because you got to get it done pretty quick before it starts healing.
Right.
Now, this is right before Christmas, and you know how that is.
Uh-huh. Yep.
So this morning about 9 o'clock, Blue Cross Blue Shield and University Medical Center got together, got things straightened out, and now they accept Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so she
All
from.
because of your sister.
No, I don't think so, but it's been going on since Saturday now, almost a week.
That gone. So she
So
gets the operation by the guy who taught the one she was gonna get out operation.
yeah, she gonna if she and they're not 100% sure they're going to operate on.
Right.
But according to both of the doctors that she's talked to, they usually do have to go in. And I don't know what the operation. I don't know what the operation is.
Yeah.
I guess pins and stuff.
Yeah, I think so.
Or maybe a iron rod, a steel rod, or something. I don't know.
My granddaddy fell off a 2-story house. He had to have stainless steel rods put in his leg.
Man, I reckon so. Look,
And
you talking about 2-story building. When I went over at junior college one year in high school, the little old town that school was in was high schools on the same campus.
Right.
And it was an old school, and they had a 3-story building in that school, in that high school. And they taught some idiot, high school boy, to jump out of a 3rd-story building for $10. For $10,
What?
and he did.
Oh my goodness!
I saw him do it. I mean, the word got. We was all there where we could see him do it.
Daggum, you didn't try to talk him out of it, Steve? So no, you want
No, he jumped out of it. They had to carry him off, but he jumped. I don't think, but it didn't break anything. I think it sprained both ankles. And he tried to hit and roll, but hell, that's too far, man. And he's going straight down too, He wasn't going in no angle.
Yeah.
I think it sprained both ankles. I don't think he broke nothing.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, 30 feet.
Yeah. Well, my granddaddy, he was a painter wallpaper.
Yeah.
That was a second profession after being a cop in Albany during that segregation time.
Oh yeah.
He shot and killed one, and they quit letting him be a cop.
That was a tough time.
Yeah.
For everybody.
Yeah. So yeah, he was painting the house one day on the outside, and he was on the extension ladder, and yeah.
Ooh, Dave, that's bad there.
Oh man.
I've seen that on the football field several times.
Yeah.
And it's a go recite. Our best athlete, when he was in the 9th grade, did that. But it didn't. They had him worked on, and he didn't show any effect from it, speed wise and everything.
That's good.
Well, he wasn't a speed burner anyway, but he was quarterback and pitcher and catcher, shortstop. Real good athlete. Right. He went on to play college ball.
Yeah.
Baseball.
Yeah. Well, so how you been doing this week, Steve?
I ain't been doing nothing. I've been watching YouTube and Been to Key West quite a bit. Watched a lot of cowboy shows.
Yeah.
And I watched y'all a couple of nights. I didn't say anything because I don't like to type on the telephone.
Yeah. That's me.
And I watch y'all and go to sleep. Me and Lucky.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're there for, buddy.
Yeah, I forget. And look, did you talking about being there? But did you watch? Did you watch it down Troy today driving that truck?
No, I missed it.
Oh man, did you go back and look at him last week driving it?
Uh-uh.
You got to watch him. You got to watch that stuff, man.
Say you can't drive it, huh?
It is a comedy. I mean, it's better than watching TV.
Wow.
And then next Thursday, let me think what he's doing next Thursday with his truck. Somebody in here bound to watched it. Oh,
What did he do this week with it?
what he was on the interstate. Listen to this now. He was on the interstate and he come up on a bunch of traffic in the right. He was in the right lane and they was all stopped. There's a long line of cars
Wow.
in the right lane stopped. Well, he ain't slowed down. I mean, it kind of had a little curve in the road. And damn well somewhere up at the left lane stopped too.
Yeah.
And he plowed in the back end of another trailer truck. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. They were sitting there still. So he goes on, he gets his composure back, and he goes on, and he had a hard time, and he had marks on. So he goes on and drops his load, and when he drops his load, he pulls over, and then he can. I don't know how the games work, but it comes up there on the screen how many miles he's traveled, how much money he made,
Right.
how much fuel cost, and how much damage to the truck he did. He done $9,000 worth of damage to the truck.
Daggone.
So, but that's okay because he made a little over $20,000 on the load because he went to over 1,000 miles. So he says, "Well, I'm gonna go fuel the truck up." And I don't know how these games work, but I guess it's just like a job,
Yeah.
So he says, "I'm gonna go fuel this truck up and before I park it. So when I get back in it, all I gotta do is go." So he's driving the truck. Well, the first thing he does is he runs out of the parking lot and runs into a milk truck that's going down the street. So he gets on around here to the fuel doctor load, put fuel in his truck, and he done another $5,000 worth of damage to his truck. Oh man.
Oh man.
I just sit there and laugh.
Yeah, I play the farming simulator games.
Oh yeah, okay. You get to drive the tractors?
Yeah, you got to do everything on a farm, and it's realistic. I mean, it's
Really?
yeah.
What is it? GPS, the tractor's GPS guidance, like they are.
Yeah, I mean it's well. That's my latest farmer simulator game right there. I had 13, 16, and then I got 19 there. They gonna come out with 22 now. But I still play that game. Yeah, it's the tractors look real. The fields, the crops look real. They grow real. They die real if you don't get them in time.
Okay.
Yeah, You got to fertilize them and all that. You got to. It's
Just
real.
like making a crop, huh?
Yeah, just like making a crop.
What crops can you raise?
Uh, corn, soybeans, wheat. Uh,
Cotton.
yeah, cotton. Uh,
Then you got to have a cotton picker and a combine.
yep. And you make money. I mean, you got the haul. You can even haul your own, or you can get somebody to come pick it up, or you
Okay,
can haul somebody else's, or you could
I
even
got
take contracts to harvest other farmers.
you. Yeah, yeah.
So
So well, that's pretty good, man.
yeah. So when I'm bored, I just crank up the old tractor.
Man, go farm.
Yeah,
I've ridden a million mile on one. I turned one over one time.
a tractor.
Yeah, with a chisel plow behind it.
Oh wow,
And my own tractor too.
wow.
Lucky I didn't get hurt. Well, it had a cab on it. Didn't have no air conditioning, but it had a cab.
Yeah.
That's the
Well,
only thing. That's the only thing kept it from crushing me.
that's about that's about this farming simulator game on this 19. They've got the most the newest tractors out there, and then but then again they got the old time farming too.
Oh yeah, I like that
Yeah,
part. Let's go back to the.
yeah,
I would like to. Let me ask you this: have you driven a cotton picker on it yet?
yeah,
All right. Does it show you all the controls that's in the cotton picker?
yep,
The
yep,
joystick and all that,
yeah.
and
Shoot,
it spits.
it's realistic, man.
You know,
You can turn around and watch them bales being baled.
and it spits them out the back, drops them out on the
Yep,
ground behind the
yep,
round bed.
yeah.
How much that game cost?
Oh man, when I bought it about 2 years ago. It was like $45, but you can get it for now for 20.
But the newest one would be 50 or 60 probably.
Yeah, yeah. The
All right.
newest one.
What do you have to play it?
Oh, you got to have just a PC big enough to run it. Uh, if I can find it, I got an
Is it
old
a
one.
disc? Is it a disc?
Yeah, it's a disc.
Oh yeah. Okay, so it'll stick in the side of this computer, I think.
Yeah,
I think that yeah, I think this thing you can stick one in the side of this thing somewhere. I believe. Okay.
you say
Put
what
it
kind
in.
of computer is that you got?
A Dell.
Is it a newer one?
Uh, we've had it a few years. You know.
Well, then you might want to go back to the older version because that 19 right there, I had to buy a graphics card and put in.
It's got a place for that disc right here.
Yeah, yeah.
I ain't buying. I probably won't do nothing like that.
Welcome in, Karma.
Hey, Carl. Farm in it, Dale. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go, Eric. I wouldn't mind driving, trying to learn how to drive one. If you can learn how to do it on that computer, can you go out there on the farm and drive one?
I don't see why you couldn't. You get familiar with it anyway.
Yeah. Because even tractors, where I live, that's all farming.
Right.
And being the job I had for all them years, coaching and working on a farm,
Right.
I could make a little money anytime I want to in the spring and in the fall.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They even got hay. You can even grow your own hay and They got chickens, cows, pigs, and horses. You got all kinds of stuff.
Now it'd be combines here, grain carts and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah,
Or subsoil in the disc. Everything here pretty much is minimum till now.
right.
They when they pick the cotton, they cut the stalks. They got them flail mowers that shred
Yeah,
them stalks. They
shred
spin
them.
up the way.
Yeah,
And then they got what they call a hipper ripper, is what we used to call them. I guess that's what it is. And they go down the old rows and it subsoils and puts up a new row. And they put them, I think they pull about 4 rows at a time.
wow.
But with the GPS and everything, see, you don't have to. They might keep everything, all the rows matched up.
Yeah, yeah. I remember back when I started farming when I was young. Uh, I started
Okay.
out. I started out cutting had a bush axe. The irrigations that go across them dikes where
Mm-hmm.
the low spots are. I took the bush axes, the sling axes, and I would cut all the trees out of the ditches, and then and that's where I learned. If you see a cottonmouth that looks like it's dead, it ain't dead. Yeah, I cut up many cottonmouths with them sling axes.
Yeah.
Uh,
We call them sling blade.
yeah. Well, it was an axe. I mean, it was a banana shaped axe
Yeah.
that was on a axe handle, and
Okay.
that's how I started out. And then I moved from there to working on tractors and combines, servicing them, and then they allowed me to do the harrowing and plowing.
There you go.
Man, I love that job.
Yeah. You heard me tell that story about that junior college coach. He kept coming over trying to get me to come to junior college. And I was cultivating cotton for my stepdad. We ran 3 6-row cultivators. And we had rented up a bunch more land because the whole thing was I was pretty sure I was going to go to farming,
Yeah,
I wasn't going to college. And that coach kept coming over out there all summer, starting about June, end of June, coming and trying to talk me into coming to junior college to play football. And he'd ride on that tractor. And of course, you can't, when you cultivate, especially my stepdaddy, and we used the rear mount cultivator.
right.
And he wanted that thing. He had them cultivators set on 7-inch centers.
Right.
That ain't the fins and them side cutters on them discs on the plow points and up close. He had them, turns at a little
Yeah.
bit of, and they, oh man, hell, it was, you had to pay attention.
Yes, you got
wobble.
Yeah.
And he'd come out there once or twice a week and get on that tractor and talk to me and watch me work. And, I didn't stop. I kept going, but he's sitting on the window. Finally, my stepdad come out there one day after about 3 weeks of that mess. So we cultivated around every week. And that's soybeans and cotton with them 3 cultivators. If it come a rain, then we had to work on Sundays. But we plowed once a week, the whole farm. He come out there and stopped me on the end, and he told that coach, he said, "Coach," he said, "I don't know what this boy gonna do. He don't know what he's gonna do, but I know one thing: you gonna get off of that damn track."
Yeah.
Cause he plowing up my whole crop.
Oh man.
Because my stepfather would have walked in fields with a hoe,
Yeah.
He worked like a dog, man.
Yeah.
He walked in fields instead of going to town, sitting at the coffee shop, or going playing golf like some of them other farmers did.
Yeah.
He walked in fields. He walked it. I bet that man walked 8 miles a day. He walked across the field, and them was the days when they brought you water every hour.
Yeah.
You didn't carry water on the tractor with you. There wasn't no such thing as no little igloo or nothing. Not what I'm talking about.
No.
He went and made water every morning up there at the ice house, and he'd bring you water once an hour. Well, he get all 3 tractors water, and he'd park and he'd start walking. He walked 20, 30 minutes in one direction, and he walked back to that truck. Get in that truck and start watering them, all 3 of the hands. There was 2. We had 2 men that worked, and then me.
Yeah.
And
Hello, Jody. JTC.
So you had to. He knew what them fields looked like. He knew what kind of job everybody was doing because he was walking in fields just all day long, every day.
Yeah.
He wear out a pair of good boots every year.
Wow.
Good boots, good leather boots. He wore a pair out every year.
Well, that's the difference. That's the difference between your era learning how to farm and my era, however you say it.
Yeah.
But we had air-conditioned tractors and combines. And I started out in just an air-conditioned 4-wheel tractor. I worked my way up. And the last tractor I was in big Versatile.
Oh, yeah. Big 4-wheel drive tractor.
It had 6 tires on it that swiveled in the middle.
Articulated.
Yeah. And I never did. I rode on the combine, and they were teaching me the combine, and I never did get to use one.
Yeah. Hey, Stan.
Before I left.
Yeah, we didn't have no cab, man. We had cab. And I get we had cab and air, but it was just a fan. It wasn't no air conditioning. But that was just on. Now my stepdaddy, the last combine he owned, it had a cab on it, but it just was a fan. It wasn't air conditioning. Now all before that, the Massey Ferguson combine we had forever. He always kept 2 combines, and even though we could cut our crop in 5 or 6 days,
right?
With them 2 combines, if you got the right weather, and then he custom harvested. That's the reason he kept 2 combines, so he could get through with his crop.
Then go.
And then he cut out. What we call it custom cutting.
Right.
And then had 2 1-row cotton pickers. And we had James. It was me, James, and Snooks, and my stepfather, and he loved the damn combine. And me and Snooks would run them 2 1-row cotton pickers, and I couldn't run them. I couldn't run them during school. I'd run about 2 or 3 hours at night after football practice.
Right.
And on Saturdays and on Sundays, and then but Snooks ran that 1 cotton picker, and my stepfather and James run them 2 combines. Right. And he would stop and park one of them combines. Either him or James would carry the truck to the elevator and come back. And he had a truck and 2 trailers. And of course, them days of soybeans, we didn't make 15, 18 bushels of soybeans. It ain't like it is now when they're making 80 bushels of sorghum.
Right.
And then when at night when we had to quit picking, and that's when the dew fall, then me and Snooks would get tractors and haul them trailers to the elevator in time. And I'd get to bed about 12 o'clock, usually. A lot of times I'd leave my tractor and trailer in town at the elevator, and Mama would pick me up and bring me home because I had to get them to go to school the next day, you know.
Right.
And he would hire one man to help during the harvest, tromp trailers and stuff. Because, you know, that was the day when you had to pack them trailers. You dumped them and you had to pack them. You walked them. You packed them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And there wasn't no fat folks running around the Delta in them days.
No. Heck, I wasn't fat until 2008. I was built, but I wasn't fat.
Yeah, but I wouldn't take nothing for being raised like that.
No.
And my little sisters, they had it made, man. Hell, they didn't have to do nothing. They didn't never have to do nothing. They help around the house a little bit, I reckon.
Yeah. Well, that's how my sister was, and my sister's 5 years younger than me, and then I got a brother that's 10 years younger than me. He's 46 now.
Yeah.
I'm proud of him. He's already retired from Procter and Gamble, and working for Duracell in Chattanooga.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, look now. What did Mark say? He quit into the live stream. It ain't nothing. I ain't messing up nobody, am I?
No, I think he's talking about one night. I think he's talking about Chadwick. He into Chadwick's live stream one night.
Okay.
Fields to water.
Hey, Jeremy. Yeah, I know who Chad is. Yeah, they I wouldn't take nothing for coming up like I did. We had to work pretty damn hard now.
Oh yeah.
And I look back at it a bunch of times and think about. Of course, now I had fun playing baseball in college. I had fun,
Yeah.
and I got a degree. I got a college degree out of it.
Right.
But I often wondered if I had just told that coach and I stayed on that tractor and sent him and just never went from high school straight to the tractor and stayed there. I often wondered how my life would have turned out if I had done that. Because I'm sure we would have been farming. It ain't no telling how much land we'd have been farming. Because my stepfather was an excellent farmer. He was up for county farmer of the year several years, and he always cotton farmer.
Yeah.
And he always turned it down and told him to take his name out of the pot. He didn't want no part of it. And I could never understand that till I got older.
Yeah.
And he finally told me, he said, if they start calling you some kind of star farmer, the next thing they're going to start calling you is, we're coming to audit your books.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He said, and I don't want no part of none of that.
Right.
And I never thought about it, but he was very right about it.
Yep.
But he could anybody would rent him their land because he was known as a good cotton farmer. And that's because he worked like a dog, man.
Yeah.
But he had two good hands, and then he had me. But he had two hands that had been with the family for, when they died, well over 50 years. Well over 50 years. And Snooks' wife raised me from a baby. The only time I ever saw my grandmother getting mad at Nick, we went to Memphis one time to there's a big department store up there. Lowenstein's, or some big man, about 4 stores, and they had all. And I was a little boy, but I just remember.
Wow.
After I got older,
Yeah.
and I went with them, and all Nick's supposed to do is keep up with me, and I got away from him and hid up in some clothes. Now they telling me about all that, and they had locked the doors on the 4-story building and try to find me. Man, I was hid. I was just a little boy, about 5, 6 years old. 5, 4, 5. And I was hid from, man, I got my butt out right there in that store. And on the way home, my mother was there too. My grandmother got all over Nick for letting me get away and embarrassing him in that big old shopping center. Yeah, man.
Good morning, JBT.
Hey, JBT. Well, now Jody ain't got time. Jody needs to be in the bed.
Yeah.
She got to get her rest because she got to go try to win a challenge tomorrow.
Yeah, I hope the Tennessee wins it again tomorrow.
Well, I just hope to have all of them catching fish, but she needs to be in the bed. She don't need to be up here. If she had to play a football game and I caught her up this time of night, I'd have been benched her. JBT been catching them carp, man.
Heck yeah.
And look, him and Sharina had them 2 nice, good guests on the show tonight.
Yep.
This afternoon.
Yeah.
And I watched about 15, 20 minutes of it, and I ain't seen JBT do nothing but grin.
Well, that's like me on mine and KP show. KP does all the talking, and I just sit over there.
Yeah. Okay, Jody. Good night. Good luck tomorrow, Jody. Yeah. All I did is see him moving around like this and grinning. And Sharina hit a hard spot, and she just sit there for a minute. And JBT, she wants somebody to say something. JBT to be grinning. Yeah, man. But I don't miss much of it. I usually go and I always hit the like button. Now, a lot of times I don't say anything.
Yeah, that's how I am.
So,
I was sitting back here watching, working on Canva, and all of a sudden you come on. I knew when you come on because, but I got 2 notification things back here. One that pops out on the right side of my screen on my computer.
Yeah.
And next time my phone goes ding.
I get no notifications.
I don't get them all.
I don't get any.
Wow.
I don't get them on the phone. Now on Spreaker, you know what I'm talking about? Spreaker, the podcast on the radio.
I've never heard of it.
All right, well, Spreaker is a I don't know what it is, but it's strictly talking, and you can't see anybody,
Right.
And that's where all the Meloteching shows are, is on Spreaker.
Okay.
Now I get notifications for them on my telephone. Of course, I know when all of them are anyway, because I've been listening to them for 10 years.
Right.
And but I get notifications for them clockwork. I get no notifications for the catfish community. And I got all clicked on everything.
Yeah.
On subscriptions,
I've been doing a little more watching on them metal detecting. Uh, I got a question to ask you, Steve. Have you
Yeah.
ever watched? Have you ever watched? There's one or two. I'm sure there's more than that, one or two out there. But the ones that go in creeks, shallow
Yeah,
creeks.
water, fishing in, hunting in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they'll find something. This one guy finds something, and he'll throw his water shovel over there and just chunk his metal detector down in
Yeah.
the water.
They waterproof. The ones that, I mean, my I can do that with mine. Mine's waterproof up to, I think, 15 feet
Yeah.
deep. If they even dive with the damn thing.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I got a question. Some of them shows, like there was two guys. I remember this because it sticks out in my head.
Name the names.
I don't know what their names are.
You can't remember.
No, I can't remember 'em.
Aqua Chigga,
Let's see.
he's always in the water. Uh, Quarter Holder, Gypsy Jewel.
I can't find none of them right now.
I know all of them.
All right, well, you'll probably know, and you've probably seen it. There was one that he found a golden tiara in a creek.
Was he in the U.S. or England?
I, it, I think it was in the U.S. because um, you could hear people in the background like he was in the edge walking down a sandy bottom creek. You could hear like a playground or something in the background, and but he found a golden tiara.
Yeah, I know a
Tiara.
little thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see that video. I don't watch many of them videos, to be honest with you. I tell you, I watch Aqua Chigga a little bit, and but the one I watch diligently is Stealth Diggers,
stealth digger.
and they have Stealth Diggers has two channels, and the name of one of them is just Stealth Diggers,
Stealth digger.
and it comes out. They come out with a new video every Thursday. STEALTH, Stealth Diggers. Mark lost it. That was Mark's tiara. And the other one is Not Thursday. Their other channel is Not Thursday.
Not Thursday.
Yeah, just Not Thursday. Yeah, Tim Aqua Chigga is he's world famous now.
Is he in the U.S.?
Yeah, he's over in Virginia in that area,
Yeah, yeah,
and he hunts a lot in the water.
right.
He hunts in the Shenandoah Valley a bunch, in the Shenandoah. I think it's the Shenandoah River. The edges of it. It's too deep out in the middle, but he hunts in, and he finds he's basically a Civil War man.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's out in the desert now. But they carry those. He is a company rep, whatever you call it, for Garrett.
Yeah.
Yeah, Garrett Metal Detectors. They send him all over the world, man. Him and Gypsy Jules is a girl. She's come here and hunted with me. She's just super gal.
Huh.
She's a company rep, and they send them all over the country. Garrett Metal Detectors sends them all over the place.
Wow.
And she's on television. Gypsy's on TV.
Huh.
They got a new Oh hell, I don't know. I knew they treasure hunting is it's similar to Oak Island, but it's out west, and she's in segments of that. And you know the gold folks up in Alaska.
Yeah.
What is the man's name
The
that he is Mister Gold? He worked for one of them companies up there, but he's off on his own. Hey, Pete.
young guy.
No, he's
Walker.
old. I
Oh,
forget. I ain't talking about.
uh,
I'm not talking about. What's his name? I know
man.
what you're talking about.
The old man is and the son, right?
No, not them. But oh gosh, he had a show. I don't know how many. I don't know how many episodes they shot, but he was out west hunting for gold, and Gypsy was on that. She did a couple of episodes with him. Yeah,
Uh,
Aqua Chick. I tell you what. But anyway, uh, can't think of his name. But now she's on another show that somebody else has gotten going, and they're gonna shoot a bunch of episodes. Yeah, I don't watch Oak Island. I watched a little of it to start with, but that was a farce. That was just to keep it going.
yeah.
But
It kept me intrigued, but Melissa kept saying they ain't gonna never find no.
blowhole, oh yeah, gig. That's what it was, gig. But now these shows, I tell you somebody else that you can watch, and go look at his videos. His name is Cody Drake, Drake.
Cody Drake.
And now he don't do many videos, but he's interviewed a lot. He went and spent 51 days in the desert in Arizona. I think it's Arizona. And look, he found a Spanish battle site where the Indians killed all the Spaniards.
Wow.
He found all the Spanish stuff, and he found skeletons with arrows, the head stuck in. He found all kind of stuff, man.
Yeah.
All kind of gold coins and silver coins. But he spent 51 days by himself in the desert. And he wasn't in no vehicle now. He lived off the desert for 51 days.
They
Now,
must have brought his water to him. And
no, they didn't bring nothing. They didn't bring nothing. He is also teaching survival classes. And I tell you, if you look up Wickenburg, Arizona.
Right.
All right there. I think I'm gonna get this right. Brubaker owns hundreds of thousands of acres of land. They raise cotton and sugar beets. He was just south of Wickenburg in the mountains down there, just south of Wickenburg.
I heard Lucky.
He's having one of them damn running fits. So yeah,
And say he got a hold of some catnip, huh?
no, he acts like it.
Wow.
All right, see you, Eric. I don't know, Eric. I'm probably gonna have to get up from here and go cook. Pet the dog for me. I'll see you later, buddy.
Take it easy, Eric.
Yeah, Cody Drake, and he is. First time I watched him, his mother lives in Texas, East Texas. And the first time I saw him, he was in East Texas hunting on some metal detecting on her land. And I thought, man, this guy here, what is he putting out videos for? He's digging up tin cans and stuff. Hunting. Well, he was out of his element, see.
Yeah.
And he just putting out a video. And then he lives out there around somewhere out there in that desert or around that desert.
Huh.
And he went and spent them 51 days out there.
Wow.
And also, he tells a story about skinwalkers.
That's interesting.
And he wasn't alone when he saw it. It was him two women and another man, and they were on a lake somewhere out there, and I think they were paddling canoes, and they looked up on the bank, and I don't remember. I don't want to tell a lie, but anyway, whatever it was up there. Changed form 4 or 5 times. You know, skinwalkers are supposed to be able to
form shapers.
lots of different things, coyotes and deer and people.
Right.
And anyway, he swears that it's 4 of them that saw the thing.
Huh. Welcome in, Tasha.
Yeah, now if you want to interview somebody, he can tell you some stuff. He can tell you, he can take up hours telling about all that Spanish stuff he found. And then that's them skinwalkers.
Yeah. Well, wow.
But yeah, look at man, he's having a fit. You see him jump up on the bed?
Yeah.
And took off back there.
Yeah.
And the door was barely cracked open. He's going through it full speed.
Oh, God. That's a crazy cat.
That's all I can say is crazy. But he's been asleep since 1 o'clock.
Oh.
And he get up and walk around, sit in the door and look at everybody and then go back to bed. I don't know what's wrong with him. But he needs something to play with, and Mama Kitty won't play with him. She don't like to do all that. And if she would, she likes to play by herself, see. Oh, he's already struck. He's already cut me. He walked over here and rubbed on me. I reached down and pet him, and he cut me. Just in the last few minutes. Sorry, thing. Hey, Art. Hey, Tasha. For the snow. Yeah, buddy.
I'm sorry I couldn't come up there for y'all, but maybe next time.
Snow, I don't know. I hope. Man, they talking about. I'm scared of ice. Snow is one thing, but ice is something else.
Yeah, I still want snow for 2 days straight. And the 3rd day it start melting, and by the 4th day I want it all gone.
Yeah. Well, if it rains at 14 degrees, that can't be nothing but ice.
Yeah.
And if it starts raining, let's just say it starts raining, at 30, 32, all that stuff gonna start freezing. If it's raining, then by the time it gets to 14, we won't have no power, we won't have no trees, we won't have nothing.
Shoot.
But I don't want none of it. Hey. But like I told Kay, I won't never live through another ice storm. I'll either die or leave. But I can't go. I ain't gonna do it no more. I think about trading that truck and getting a little 2-wheel drive, a smaller truck with better gas, and then I think about snow and ice and having to leave here. I said, nah. It's paid for, and I don't run it that much, so
there you go.
It'll be all right.
If it's paid for, you might as well just keep that thing.
Yeah, I won't. That's too good a vehicle to ever think about getting rid of. It sure is.
Yeah.
Well, are y'all forecast for that stuff?
Well, it's off and on. Around Christmas Day. One day it'd be, it's gonna snow Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next day it'll be no.
But one thing we know for sure, it's gonna be cold.
Oh heck yeah. It's gonna get down to 19 here Christmas Day.
Y'all ever see that kind of weather?
No.
I didn't
Heck
think.
no. Well, we do, but not this early. It don't get that cold
January.
until January around February.
Yeah.
And then it's just one day. But now they're talking about multiple days. Not at 19. I mean, it's gonna stay cold.
Yeah, y'all gonna get the same thing we get a day later. See, they talking about cold here.
They ain't changed it. No.
They talking about next Thursday cold here. We'll see y'all get that Friday.
It's 38 right here now.
It is.
Yeah. Tomorrow.
Well, it's 42 here. Y'all are colder than we are.
Yeah. 33 Saturday, which is this morning. It's supposed to get down to 33. Then Sunday's going to get down to 29. And then, let's see, Christmas. They done raised it up. Friday's 21. 23 Saturday. 29 Sunday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, our cold weather's moving in on Thursday, so it'll move in on y'all Friday. But y'all are colder than we are. Well, we supposed to go down to 30 tonight, but it ain't 30 right now.
I don't think it's going to make it.
We 42 degrees, man. It ain't going up 30 degrees.
We're 39 right here, and it ain't but 2 o'clock. It might make it to 33.
Who is that? Call it. Hey, Stephen.
Welcome in, Stephen.
No snow. Tim, you must live up in the mountains.
New Mexico.
I didn't know the flatlands in New Mexico. I didn't know they got that cold. Look, it's 36, and yeah, you colder than it is in Pennsylvania. Probably.
What doggone?
Mm-hmm.
Whew. Wow.
Yeah, I think I'll just cook tomorrow.
What you gonna cook?
Yeah, I think I'll make a pot of chili. Cook up some sausage in the morning and then make some chili. Might go up yonder and buy me a couple of dozen hot tamales and pour that chili over them hot tamales.
There you go.
And I ordered me some of that hot sauce from one of them islands down there, Trinidad.
Yeah.
And
that ought to be some good stuff.
Yeah, boy, that doggone, I ain't thought about that chili over hot tamales. We got a man here. Of course, we have a hot tamale festival here in Graham.
Right.
And we got a young fella here that, boy, he makes some good hot tamales. Yeah. And Tim's wife been making hot tamales for 2 days. Okay, Tim's in Albuquerque. Yeah, that's right. So that's the reason it's so cold where Tim is.
Yeah. Sits at a mile high.
I ate breakfast in Tucumcari one time and ate lunch in Albuquerque. Uh, okay. All right. So Steven been fishing.
Yeah, he fished on my last show the other
Look
night.
at that. Tim's wife made 50 dozen hot tamales.
I watched one make 200 beef tamales.
200. No, David, I don't. I've had to swear off of cheese. Don't you turn your lip up at me.
You keep messing with that cat, Steve. Oh, he's in business then.
Yeah. He tired of running. He's been a groom a while. Yeah, I used to love to sprinkle cheese over that chili. I sure did, but I can't do it anymore. I like to put that cheese over a hot tamale. That grated cheese, you know.
Yeah.
But I had to swear off of the cheese. And I love a slice of that damn red round hoop cheese with some salt on it. Good gracious.
Man, that stuff is high.
That room temperature, let it sit there and get salt.
Yeah, you know, and let all the oil come out on it.
Man, I can eat
Man.
I can eat a slab of it, but I can't handle it no more.
That stuff is $7.15 a pound.
Yeah. Yep. I can't eat it no more. I can't. They won't work right.
It won't work right on.
No, and I'll be miserable for 2 or 3 days. Sloppy Joe's. And Tim come make Sloppy Joe's. His wife that made 50 dozen hot tamales, and he gonna make Sloppy Joe's.
Yeah.
Boy, that's a hell of a trade-off there now.
Oh man. Since Squanistan, I had fried shrimp. Let's see, what was that, Melissa? When was it? Wednesday night? It was good too, lightly. I don't like a lot of breading on my shrimp. I just like it lightly dusted and deep fried.
Man, I like boiled shrimp.
I also had a big old piece of salmon, about that big.
That's something else I don't eat.
Salmon?
Mm-mm. No way.
Man, that's steak of the waters right there.
Well, that's good. Yeah, you won't ever have to fight me over that.
Oh man.
And I don't like that linguine. I love Italian food, but I don't like that linguine or whatever they call it with that white sauce and crap. I don't like it. Can't eat it.
Yep. Oh man, Steven.
That's me right there in that bowl.
Shrimp. Shrimp is like cabbage with me. I like it any kind of way.
And I make up my own dipping sauce,
Cocktail
sauce, and boy, I can hurt myself on boiled salmon. Look at yonder. Look at yonder, David Smith. I can do all that but the cheese. I guess I could do it and put a little ducklex in there and eat it.
Mark wants to go out for dinner, for shrimp dinner.
Shrimp. Yeah, you know, David Smith, he about to form a craving on me. I believe, and I got plenty of that. With that cheese, with all that, it ought to go on. It ought to go on through pretty good.
Gigabilly said, "I seen enough shrimp for all of us tonight."
Boy, we got a lady that delivers seafood here every Thursday, and you have to. She puts on her website exactly what she's gonna have,
Right.
and you order in advance.
Right.
And
All right, Stephen. Thanks for coming up.
yeah, thank you, Stephen. Then you order in advance, and then you go pick it up and meet her at Thursday. She comes in a truck, with coolers and all.
Coolers and
And she bring some good stuff from down there in South Louisiana.
yeah.
And we order from her quite often. But I forget to count on them shrimp. We got some shrimp from her, got 10 pounds, I think. Or it might have been 15 pounds. Seemed to me like it was 12 count.
Ooh, that was a big fish.
Man, 12, 13, I don't know, but they were big old shrimp.
Wow.
Man, boy, it was you had to sit there. You didn't eat one of them in one bite. You had, you peel. You got to peel them.
Yeah.
After you bought them. I forget what the count on them shrimp was, but they was monsters. The heads are cut off of them.
Yeah.
But I've also bought them from it with head on. Yeah, you had to get the heads off of them too.
Yeah.
But I made a mistake because that's cheaper. They're cheaper.
Yeah.
And I made that mistake, but I didn't make it but once.
There you go.
And then from then on, we got them. I asked her when I picked them up, and I saw they had it. They was in a big bag.
Yeah.
And she said, "Well, you didn't order them with head off." And I said, "Well, I know better now." She said, "Yeah." But I love some boiled shrimp.
Heck yeah. So it wasn't enough, cheap enough with the heads on them. So yeah, that's what you paying for, mainly the head.
Yeah, but the time and effort involved is what. Now I tell you what, I think them shrimp is head on. I think they taste better than the other, the headless shrimp.
Yeah.
When you boil them and you boil them with the heads and peel them all at once, I tell you, they taste them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, David. I don't know, and I don't know. I know she comes to Greenville on Thursday, and I know this ain't the only town she goes to because she's all day long delivering. Because she told Kay and I one time she don't get home about midnight on Thursday night. I don't know. I don't know where she goes, Dave. I doubt she comes to Little Rock though.
It might be.
But I guarantee you, David, there's somebody that comes to Little Rock once a week. I guarantee it is. You know it is. Comes to a big city like that.
Yeah, there's somebody comes to here like that.
Yeah, but you don't live 2 hours from the coast. We're 5 or 6 right here, and David's 8 hours from the coast. At least 8.
Yeah, at least, yeah.
But you get a clientele set up in Little Rock. You can afford to own a damn truck. A big truck.
A big truck, yeah.
Freezer truck. But she has stuffed crabs sometimes. Ain't that stuffed crabs in the shell? Yeah.
Stuffed crabs, yeah.
And they are delicious, man.
Some call them crab cakes.
Yeah.
They call
They
them
are delicious.
stuffed crabs.
Boudin, she'll come in with.
Oh man, does she have boudin?
Boudin.
Oh man, I love me some boudin.
But yeah, and she posts. Now Kate does all this. She got on her phone. I don't know what day she posts what she's gonna have or what's available for you to order. And Kale asked me, "You want to order some so and so so?" So I said, "Yeah, I get a jar of oysters. Already shells, already
Yeah.
shells,
Yeah.
and they're a day old. I mean, they're fresh,
Yeah.
and they are. And Gulf oysters are good. I mean,
Oh, heck
they
yeah.
I've eaten them all around the whole United States, and them Gulf oysters to me are the best.
Yep. They got just the right amount of oil on
Salt and all that.
them.
Now out on the East Coast, up in Maryland, they about that big around,
Yeah.
and they don't have the ones I got now at Ocean City. They don't have no flavor. They just oysters, whatever you put on them. That's what they don't have no flavor. I don't know because there ain't enough salt water or what. I don't know. I don't know nothing about oysters except eating them.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I love some raw oysters now.
Oh, me too. But them things went sky high too.
Yeah, well,
They're $125 a bushel last time I checked.
look at here, man. Everything has gone out of sight.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we used to always spend $118 at grocery. Now it's $200
As a matter of fact,
if they got it on the store on the shelf.
yeah. As a matter of fact, I think our youngest son, uh, he says they're $2 each here now.
That's $24 a dozen.
Yep.
Yeah, it's. I don't want to talk politics, but there's a bunch of folks in Washington need killing.
Yep.
There's a bunch of them up there need just shooting right between the damn eyes.
Yep.
Yeah, I love them raw. I like them fried, but I like them raw too. I guess I like them raw better than do fried.
I like oysters raw, oysters steamed, oyster stew. The only way I don't like an oyster is fried. I
I
don't
don't
like fried oysters.
like them fried. Oh, go on, Kitten Mark.
Ah, it's a mental block with you, Mark.
Well, Kay likes broiled oysters. Broiled, is that what they call them? Broiled? And they good. They broil them in the shell. Broiled? Yeah, broiled.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
cook them in the shell with seasoning on them.
yeah.
And man, she loves them things. And when we used to go to New Orleans all the time, everywhere we went, that's all I said, Kate, they got all kind of other food down here, and all you ever eat is damn oysters. Same thing over and over and over. Yeah, I've eaten a little oyster stew. I can eat it, but I wouldn't put no oyster in no stew. I'm gonna put it in some horseradish and some Tabasco, Worcestershire, and some ketchup. Down in Ocean Springs. Shipped in from overseas. Hell, Dave.
Yeah, saltwater red drum. Yeah, it's good.
Texas Pete. What she know about Texas Pete?
Oh, that's her go-to hot sauce.
Is that right? It's good.
Yep. My go-to hot sauce is either chirashi or little jars.
Mm-hmm. I know what it is.
Man, what's that? You just said it a while ago. Tabasco.
Yeah.
Tabasco.
Well, look, I just discovered there's a cafe downtown on the levee, by the levee here in Greenville. It's called Jim's Cafe. And it's been here since World War II. Been in that same family. Well, the lady that runs it now is a granddaughter of the fellow that started it, and this lady is not quite as old as I am, but she got some age on her. And I met when I had to go pay my taxes up there at the courthouse earlier this week, and I ran into two of my ex-students, big farmers down south Washington County. And it was early in the morning. I said, "Look here, boys." I said, "Let me buy y'all breakfast." They said, "Where you want to go, Coach?" I said, "Let's go over to Jim's Cafe. I ain't never been to Jim's." "You ain't never been to Jim's?" I said, "No." I said, "I've been living in Greenville since 1980, and I've never been in there." And it's an old-timey, old-style cafe with the booths and tables, just like the old cafes that used to be everywhere in this part of the country. And went in, and this lady comes out from the back, and I told John Roberts. John Roberts said, "That's Jared Brown's mother." She said, "Yeah." I said, "She's been running about 7 years since her daddy died." I said, "What?" And I talked to her son, and I had no idea they owned Jim's Cafe. She was in the family, And one of her sister lives in Oklahoma. And when the man, the son that was running it, that died, then the granddaughter, she kept it open. And that was, and I forgot what I was talking about other than I went to Jim's Cafe. I lost my train of thought. I don't remember what I was fixing to say. It wasn't nothing about oysters, and it wasn't nothing about shrimp.
Her son?
And it wasn't nothing about Jared either. Oh, it was about the hot sauce.
Oh, the hot sauce.
Yeah. So when I went up to pay for our meal, Chris, one of the boys who was with me, said, and I forget, Miss Brown, I think. He said, what y'all get for a bottle of this hot sauce? And I looked down there and had a gondola there, a glass display case, and it was full of whiskey bottles, all kinds of whiskey bottles. Jack Daniels, it's all kinds of whiskey bottles. I thought it was whiskey, but they make hot sauce right there. They make their own hot sauce. And I noticed when he ordered an omelet, and he said, "I'd like some hot sauce." And she said, "Do you want the house hot sauce, or you want a bottle of hot sauce?" He said, "Let me have a house hot sauce." So after he ate that omelet, it ain't pour, it don't pour. It's more like spoon out.
Spooning, yeah.
And he never said a word sitting there eating. I watched him do it, put it on his egg, on his omelet there and eat it. But he never said a word till we got to the cash register. And that whiskey bottle full was $16. And he bought a bottle of it.
Wow.
And I said, "Well, I don't like hot sauce, but I love good flavored hot sauce." And I said, "Damn, I'm going to go back up there and get me a bottle of that." And I got to go back up there and eat because I got a hamburger. I didn't get breakfast. I got a hamburger with mayonnaise, pickle, and onions, and this is as good as I ever ate.
Wow.
And I ain't never been in the place.
Welcome in, BBB.
Hey, broke back. But yeah, man, I liked that place. It's like home, really.
Yeah.
Really just like it was back when I grew up. And they got worlds of pictures on the wall. They got movie stars.
Wow.
Hundreds of movie stars are eating in there.
They may have done a drive-in diners and in there before.
Drive-in.
They might have done that TV show
Oh,
drive-in diners and dives.
I don't know if they ever done it or not. They did those. They did those here in Greenville. But it's a steakhouse.
Yeah.
But yeah, I might carry Kay down there and eat. Yeah. I didn't even, it's a hidden secret. Actually, that's what it is. It's a hidden secret.
Yeah. We used to have something like that in Albany. It was called Aunt Fanny's.
Oh yeah, okay. I gotta go ahead. I gotta tell you something, David Smith. When Hall gets through.
Okay,
Go
I'll go through Mama Jean's and Aunt Fanny's.
Locker Luna and the Red Door. That's the name of the two places. Locker Luna and the Red Door. That's the two places I was trying to remember the name. I had to go on Google Earth and travel all over Little Rock to try to find them two places. But I found them. I started sending you a text message on your telephone, but
All right, JBT. Get your
no, David Smith, the original Doze is not in Little Rock. It is not in Little Rock.
Uh-oh.
Well, look, man, I know all the family, but I mean, it may be one of the ones that when they started moving out and branching out. But the original Doze is on Nelson Street here in Greenville. What? Yeah, that's right. You don't even know their last name. You know a lot about Doze, but you don't even know what their last name is. And I know their last name and all their wives and their children and everything else. I coached half of them.
Wow.
The last name is Signa, Signa, Signa. And there's Doe, there's Big Doe, there's Little Doe. What do they swear by? Oh, they swear they're the original? No. Is it a steakhouse, David? Is it a steakhouse? They may not even be the same. They may serve chicken or something. I mean, just because it's named Doe don't mean it's the same Doe that's here in Greenville. Is it a steakhouse?
That's like Carter's fried chicken down here.
Back from the fridge, all I could find was a few Oreos. I want David Smith to answer me if it's a steakhouse. They may be a different Doe, But Doe's been in operation here since back in the 40s. It's a store. It was a store. Italian fella that owned a store downtown, and he cooked just like all the Italian stores. They cooked in the back, had a little kitchen on it. And one thing led to another, and he started cooking steaks. And the more money people got, he started cooking steaks and stuff, and making hot tamales and salads. Shrimp. I think you can get shrimp there. I'm sorry. Steak and tomatoes. The hell, David? No, no, no. Look up. That's Doe's Eat Place. Let's see. All you got to type in is Doe's, Does, apostrophe S, Doe's Eat Place. Doe's, I put Doe's Rat Place. Doe's Eat Place. Let's see. Let's see if it pops up. There it is, right there. Doe's Eat Place, Greenville, Mississippi. Yeah, you go in there and tell them that Steve Adams said they lying if they calling it the original. Let me enlarge this. And I told y'all, and there's the address right there.
Yep. Doe's Eat Place is a chain of restaurants in the United States established in Greenville, Mississippi, 1941 by Dominic Big Doe.
Big Doe. There you go. I didn't lie now. No, they just.
It's a chain though.
Well, no, I remember when they built the first. I had a high school friend that opened one in Jackson for no Memphis. He opened the one in Memphis for him. Yep, he opened the one in Memphis, and they all they do is sell the recipe. But look here, you ever been in a restaurant? You walked in through the kitchen. Doe's Eat Place in Greenville, you go in through the kitchen where they cooking. You walk through the folks cooking, making salad and everything.
There it is in the basement, Steve.
Oh, happy birthday, somebody. Oh, yeah, that's Doe's Eat Place. That's it right there. You go in that door, that's the kitchen. You go in through the kitchen.
Wow.
There's a store. It was an old store back in the day.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a place down here called Little Red Dog House. They served nothing but chili dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And it'd been a while since I had any from them. And me and Melissa stopped by there about a month ago. And man, they'd changed the recipe on them chili dogs, and oh man, they started making the chili dogs sweet.
No, they changed. Yeah.
No, that ain't how chili dogs supposed to be.
Yeah, David. Now that changed. I don't remember. Maybe in the late 70s, 80s. What's that?
Yeah, y'all on the big screen, but y'all wasn't this huge before. No. Oh.
Yeah.
Welcome in, Super Smurf.
Hey, Eric. Yeah, it's some good food down this way now. We're close enough to Cajun country that we still, and we have a world of Italians. And they can cook too. You know, I remember the first time I ever ate anything Cajun. I remember when it was, because we didn't have any Cajuns. That the first 2 or 3 that moved to Shelby to farm rice.
Go Dogs.
They lived so far out in the country that they didn't ever, you didn't ever get to eat with them or nothing. But we had world of Italians, and you get to eat at their house. And
welcome in, Hoots and Hammocks.
Hey, Chris. So when I got my first taste of Cajun food, I said, Lord have mercy, look at him. It was gumbo that a kid brought to school and got him to heat it up in the cafeteria. Brought a big old pot of gumbo to it. I don't know. I was in about the fifth, sixth grade. Well, I had never heard of gumbo. I didn't know what the hell it was. But they arranged it some sort of way, and they had paper plates and all for us to go in. I mean, bowls to go in the cafeteria and eat the class, whole class.
Hmm.
And man, that was good. I said, golly. Up until then, my favorite food was Italian, and I guess it still is, but I love Cajun cooking too.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Hey,
well, y'all have plenty of that down on the closer you are to the coast. There's plenty of them. All the people on the coast around the Gulf can cook. They even over in Texas, they cook the same way.
sure.
They use a little more mesquite and that kind of stuff over there, but it's all got the same. Because
Yeah,
that flavor just traveled all the way around the Gulf Coast.
yeah, yeah. Have you ever had swamp cabbage?
I think I know what it is. I believe I've seen it growing in South Mississippi. I believe, but I never have eaten it. I don't think. Don't it shine at night?
Nope.
Oh well, then maybe I don't. I ain't never seen it.
It's a heart of a palm tree.
Oh no,
Yeah. It takes a lot of work to get it, but man, that stuff is good.
yeah, it's something somebody else cooks. I like to cook, Mark. But the only problem when I cook, hell, I don't want to eat. I don't. When I cook, I don't. I don't want to eat after I cook. I love to cook though. And I'm a pretty good cook, so they say.
Yeah, deer meat for dinner. Made it.
I done got hooked on artichokes.
But I growed up eating swamp cabbage, man.
I didn't know what it was. I was thinking it was that plant that you see at night that glows when the moon hits it, but that must not be it.
Yeah, the center part of the palm tree.
I'll be done.
And it's weird, that the Florida state tree is a palm tree.
They still cut it down and get that.
Right.
Yeah. I got to go back to the kitchen. Can you hold the fort down?
I'll try it. I'll try to.
Oh, hog leg you cook once a year. Well, this is giving you a rough time tonight.
Yeah, I see that. But now,
Well,
who does all the smoking and grilling and cooking outside? Listen. Mm-hmm. That's what I thought. Yep. I wanted Santa Claus to bring me a new smoker this year, but he didn't. No, I didn't. Doing rotisserie chicken tomorrow. No, I didn't get your text, Eric. Fat boy. Oh man. Who cleans up the kitchen after all that grilling, smoking the food? Well, heck, I don't grill and smoke in the kitchen, David. So I clean up the grills. Hey, I got to leave her something to remember my cooking by, Carmel.
My wife don't even know how to light the charcoal.
Well, Melissa, she did. She surprised me one night. Uh, she grilled us some steaks. This has been a while back when steaks were affordable still. But she did it. She did a all right job.
Yeah, I got one of those Weber kettle grills,
Yeah.
and I've had it for years. But I just learned really it takes especially if you cook with charcoal. Now you cooking on gas, it don't make no difference. You know how to do it right up get go after the first one or two tries. But
Right.
charcoal, you got to learn your grill.
Yeah. Yeah. I got
And
one of them Weber's. Uh,
we
I
got a
think so.
thermometer in the top of it.
Yeah. It's a old one, but it's big green enamel on the outside.
Yeah, mine's black.
Yeah.
Mine's one of those black ones. And I just I don't know. Of course, I've been able to cook steaks on it forever, but I just now learning smoking, how to really smoke good on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I've been watching some videos. They got this snake method of charcoal. They put it all the way around, halfway around.
Wow.
Yeah, and they light one end of it,
Yeah.
and it burns all the way around. You put your wood on top of it, around it.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. You see what I'm talking about? And they put a
Yeah.
pan of water in it. Of course, a lot of people put water. Uh, but they all use meat thermometers. I ain't never used a meat thermometer.
Yeah.
I always cut into it. And I
Yeah.
might have to buy me one of them, but they doing Boston butts. And,
Yeah. Yeah. They're I use meat thermometers all the time.
well, have you got one that hangs outside of the grill?
Yeah.
Got the cable on?
Yeah.
See, I ain't never used one.
Yeah. Uh, I got that grill, my Weber, uh, uh, a Nex grill, which is gas grill,
Yeah.
and then I got the offset smoker.
Oh yeah, with the pot on the side.
Yeah.
I've had one. I had one of them made out that fella made, and it was so heavy. Oh, man, that thing was heavy. I gave it away, and it took 3 men to get that thing away from me. But yeah, it cooked good too. But
Yeah.
you can smoke good. You can smoke good on a Weber kettle grill. Again, it mean you can smoke it to 200 to 225 degrees, and the fire lasts as many hours as you want running.
Well, I took my offset smoker, and I took it, where the wood box sits on the side. Uh, I used to cook with wood, all wood, nothing but wood in that box. But now I've come across a burner. It's like a burner that on a fish fryer or
Right.
turkey
Okay.
cooker or something like that.
Yeah.
And I mounted it in the bottom of the the the
Offset.
offset, and then I got a crate over the top of that, and then I found a cast iron cap for that goes on water pipes
Mm-hmm.
about that big around, and it's heavy. And so what I do now is I get me some wood chips,
Yeah.
put in that thing, and light my burner and smoke that way.
There you go.
And so that way I don't have to. Cause see them that firebox is about this about,
Yeah. Right.
and I have to when I get wood, I have to pre-cut it every time.
Right.
Um, yeah,
Yeah. You put chips in there. That's
I put
good.
chips. I put chips in that cast iron cap I got, and then the heat from the propane is what's doing the cooking, but
Right. But you sending
smoke,
the smoke from
yeah,
the chips.
yeah, it goes up.
Well, my only problem with smoking, my only problem with cooking, really, unless it's steaks, is
Right.
it ain't but two of us,
Yeah.
and you
That-
cook, you cook a Boston buck. Let's say or let's just say you cook a slab of baby back ribs.
Right.
Spend 4 hours, 5 hours cooking them, smoking them. The way they're really good.
Right.
And damn, you eat ribs all week long,
Yeah.
and you burn out on ribs because it ain't but two of us eat.
Well, baby back ribs, a slab of baby back ribs ain't. Man, me and Melissa, we'll eat two slabs. Me, her a
See,
slab, me a slab.
I see a bone or two bones is all I can eat. Kay might eat a half of one.
Oh man.
We don't eat much, now I used to could eat a slab of them by myself.
Yeah,
Used to.
I still can.
Yeah, I bet so. I probably could at your age too, but we don't eat. I just don't. And I look here. I'll cook two steaks, two ribeyes, and a package of them 5 links of them Italian sausage. I forget the brand. Is it Hillshire? No,
Hillshire does make some. Johnsonville.
Johnsonville.
Yeah.
I cook 5 of them and two steaks. And I used to. I always did it on a Sunday.
Right.
I cook them anytime now. But we would eat during the week. We would eat baked potatoes. We come in and cook the baked potatoes in the microwave. 2 cans or maybe 2 cans of turnip green. It might bake some French fries in the oven, and frozen French fries, or cut some up and fry to
Right.
go along with it. And we eat that all week long. 2 steaks and 5 sausages.
Ooh, man.
And that and I'm sick of it. By Friday, I'm sick of it.
Yeah. Phew.
And we just don't eat much.
Right. Yeah. Well, see.
And I used to gobble some food, man, good food, especially. I love good food, but
Yeah.
lamb sausage. Now that's something I don't eat is lamb. Now in sausage, it'd probably be pretty good. We just don't eat like we used to. Now Kay's never been a big eater. Never, ever. I used to get so damn mad to go to when we was dating, and I was making $36 a week driving a tractor, and I'd take her out to eat on Saturday night, and she'd order, and I'd order, and she'd take a bite of this and a bite of that and a bite of that and maybe 2 bites of that again, and then start drinking tea. And I'm sitting over there looking, and I had to eat all of mine and all of hers. 'Cause I just couldn't stand to pay for it and not eat it. Man, that boy, I guess a damn man. She's always been a light eater. But I used to
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, that's why I was hoping, because I want to turn that wood smoker back into a wood offset, real offset, you know, and I wanted to get one of those. Uh, they're not pellet smoker, but they take chips
Mm-hmm.
and wood chips. That's what I'm doing with my offset smoker now. Yeah, cooking with
Set up
chips.
now, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but I want to.
sound like you got a good deal going on the way you got it set up.
Yeah, it's pretty good, but I'm just that way. Uh, I want something new all the
Mm-hmm.
time. I've been doing it that way. Let's see. I turned that thing into a that way 5 years ago,
Yeah.
and been doing it ever since. And it does a good job. I mean, I get the temperature I wanted at 225, between
Yeah.
225 and 250, and man, it holds it. I mean, that's the good thing about that propane. It holds it.
Well, I took a file, the edge of a file to my Weber, about the third set of ribs I smoked. You know the vent up there, that little vent,
Yeah,
and it held at 225 for 4 hours.
yeah,
And this is the third time I'd smoked with it. The third time.
right.
And I said, well, this is, and so I took that file and I in that hole and on one of them holes and filed it where I know where to set that
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
And other day I smoked 3 pork chops in a package of them sausage. And I put them coals in it. That web I got a tray that you pour the coals in that fits the round of the kettle.
yeah.
Yours got that?
Well, mine used to have that.
Well, mine came with 2 of them things. So,
Yeah,
and I filled my little smokestack up, my little thing. I put the paper under to get my charcoal hot,
right.
and I put it all in there. Poured all that charcoal in there and put the grill, and put my mesquite on the fire, and I set my grill, and I
Yeah,
put them pork chops and that sausage in there, and I went to that dot, that mark,
yeah. That mark.
and I left it. And I went back out there in an hour and checked it, and it was sitting dead on 225.
Doggone.
It's sitting right dead on 225. I said, I got this figured out now.
Yeah, sounds like it.
I got it going on. But I like that grill. I like it about as good as any I ever had. And it really does a good job of smoking.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's
But
good. I mean,
go on to YouTube and look at what they call a snake. Some about snake cooking on a Weber grill. The snake method on a Weber grill. Can you look it up right there now? I hadn't tried that, but I'm fixing to. The snake method of snake fire, snake method, whatever. I don't know how you look it up. Well, I use a real mesquite now from Texas. I use a log. I use a chunk. And as soon as I get through with it, I put it in water and use it again. I use it forever. It don't have no strong. If it's green, I bet it's strong.
Well, doggone. Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, well, one of them's got it going halfway around, and
Yeah,
then
that's like for a
no,
chicken.
yeah, it's
See, you regulate according to what you're cooking, how long your snake is, and it's too wide and too high. All of them use two briquettes wide and two briquettes high.
let me get to it. I'll see.
Yes, man. I built one time, stand out of an upright freezer, upright refrigerator, a smoker, with all the racks in it. Hell, I could cook a whole deer, a whole hog, man, just anything you wanted. And that thing would hold that temperature, and it was insulated.
Yeah,
You had to let the fire burn down because if you put it in there too hot, it melted gaskets. Because I melted one or two before I figured out how to actually do it right. Had it at deer camp.
yeah, I got it in your basement, Steve.
Oh yeah, yeah. There you go. But now see what they do. They light the little. They set the charcoal right there and get it burning, and then they take forks and set it over there on the end,
Right.
and it just burns all the way around. All right, and then they take the wood, whatever wood you want. They'll put a chunk here and a chunk here and a chunk here and a chunk here and a chunk here. And as it burns around, it keeps the smoke going. And they put a pan of water in the middle. That's what he's doing there now.
Huh.
Yeah, there's his wood up there on top. See his wood?
Yeah. Huh.
You know, Mark talking about mesquite get too strong. CP told me the same thing. But I believe that them wood chips, if they're using wood chips at mesquite, I don't believe it's dry. Because I have never tasted a strong smoke flavor from mesquite.
Well,
But all I've ever used is mesquite that was brought to me in saw logs from Texas. I ain't never used wood chips, mesquite wood chips. I've always used a chunk of a real tree.
yeah. I
That,
use I what I use is my favorite. Well, I can't say my favorite because I don't like cherry because man my backyard is full of wild cherry trees
yeah.
and I don't like cherry.
Okay.
uh, some people do, most people do, but I don't like anything cherry except for them little cherries that come in the jar. uh, but my main wood go to was smoke wood is pecan.
Well, see, now you can get strong. You can, if you use too much pecan, it can get strong smoke.
Yeah, you got to know how to regulate your wood though.
You got to, yeah.
You got
That's right. Now,
yeah,
pecan is what, when Mark is talking about mesquite, see, that's what I get from pecan is too much smoke.
right, right. And the next one would be just regular oak,
Hmm.
oh live oak,
Yeah.
and then the next one would be uh peach tree, and what was the fourth? Oh, apple,
Apple.
apple
You got
wood.
to put apple in there.
Yeah, apple wood. And I've always, no matter what wood smoke with, I always spritz it with apple juice.
Okay. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
I
pecan.
never thought about putting juice on
Yep. I always spritz the whatever, no matter what my meat is. I don't care if it's chicken, beef, or
it.
pork. I always spritz it with apple juice. And I
Yeah.
and I spritz it about every hour.
Okay.
Now my pork, I inject it with apple juice and my milk butter, and mix the apple juice and the butter together, and then I inject apple juice and butter in my pork.
You must love apple juice. If I'm
Apple,
gonna, if I'm
apple.
gonna inject it, I'm gonna inject it with Worcestershire and honey,
Oh,
hot
I use that too.
sauce.
Worcestershire.
That's what
As a
I'm gonna.
matter of fact, I just got a gallon of Worcestershire in.
Yeah. I cut that big cuts of meat like a Boston butt or
Hmm.
what you call that tenderloin, a hog pork tenderloin.
Yeah,
I always put garlic pods in it,
yeah,
stuffed down
yeah.
in it.
I love me some garlic.
But the way I do it, I always do it the way the folks at Shelby that I grew up with, and they gonna use the garlic now and fennel. They're gonna use garlic and fennel, and they're gonna use a lot of rosemary,
Yeah, you know
and
what?
that's the way.
Fennel grows wild down in Florida. You know what? You know what they call fennel down in Florida?
What?
Puppy tails.
Puppy tail.
Yep.
Well, I tell you what it'll do. It'll take over a garden.
Yeah.
I had some when we moved here. I planted a fennel plant in my garden so I could break it off and use it. Shit, this thing got bigger and bigger, worse than bamboo. And I finally had to dig it up with a shovel. And I carried it out here on the ditch bank behind my house and dug a hole and stuck it in it. And it grew back there for years and years and years. And finally, see the thing about fennel here, it's a host for some kind of butterfly. And when that butterfly hatches, them eggs hatch out on that plant, they strip it overnight.
And then they go to your cabbage and
And
your
then they go in
broccoli and
it. That's
yep.
right. And
Yeah.
they in a period of 2 days, they
The,
go out
li- the
garden.
little the little white butterflies with the black
Yeah.
dot on. Yep.
They, so I had to get rid of that fennel, man. And that fennel was all up there real pretty. I went out there one day and I was talking to him. We was looking at it. Man, that fennel is going. I like to break it off and chew on it because it
Yeah.
tastes like licorice.
Yeah.
And we went out there the next day and the thing was one of a stick sticking out. I said, man, what happened to my fennel? Break. And he looked at the little worms was everywhere, man, and they was all over everything.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what gets me upset.
Get away, Bob. I don't want no anchovies, but Worcestershire got anchovies in
Yeah, Worcestershire does have anchovies in it.
it. But,
I don't like anchovies either, but it
I
does.
like it in Lee and Perrins.
Yeah. Yeah, I ordered a gallon of French's Worcestershire sauce and French's mustard, a gallon of it. Now
Damn, boy.
I don't care too much for mustard, but I use it as a binding agent.
Oh, well, man, that's what I coat my ribs with is mustard.
Yeah, binding agent. Yeah, that's what I use it for.
Make goose turkey. No, Stan. No. Somebody the other night when I was live and somebody said they had to kill a Christmas goose. No, man, no, I don't want no goose. And I don't even really like turkey all that much.
I don't either.
The white meat, I like it on the salmon.
Yeah.
Can't God. My grace of God.
I don't like turkey meat. I don't I don't care for turkey meat, but I do not like old greasy duck meat.
I don't. I've
Man,
eaten duck that I really like one time.
that's what they.
Call it along now. See y'all the next one. Have a good. Okay, David, go to bed hungry.
Yeah, yeah.
And you learn something tonight. You don't never get too old to learn.
Take it easy, David.
And thank you for coming in, buddy. I'm gonna meet you one of these days. It's on my bucket list, but you better hurry up because I'm getting on up there. You may have to take a trip. I'll meet you in McGee, and I carry a metal detector, and that's the deal. It's 45 minutes for me and an hour and 45 minutes for you. And that's all Spanish to y'all, but he knows what I'm talking about and where I'm talking about. Dave's a good guy. But we set him straight on those eat plays. Them folks in Little Rock Talk claiming to be the original Doze, man.
We smoked up.
If Briss,
You know, I've never had it smoked, so. But yeah, actually, the only way I've ever had it is baked. So
no, I was telling them. I think Stan was in the other night when I was talking. He said something about a Christmas goose. Well, somebody said something about it. I think it was Stan. We went over to a couple's house. Oh, it's been years and years ago, and I killed hundreds of ducks back in the 70s, and I gave most of them away. And I'd bring one or two home, wood ducks, mallards, teal, all kind of ducks, trying to find one I could eat. Now, Kay can eat. That's one thing she could always. She loved a damn duck, and she'd cook them in the oven. And I'd eat me a hamburger. I can't eat them. I tried to eat them, and I just couldn't eat them. And we were down here, and yeah, talking about hall sex.
yeah.
Yeah. And the boy was helping me coach a little league team one time, and he was a big duck hunter, and he got talking about eating them ducks. And I told him, man, I can't eat them nasty things. Tastes too much like liver. And just like everybody else, I can cook them where you can eat them. Same thing with chitlins.
Yeah.
All that, you know how to go.
Calf fries.
Yes. Well, now I've eaten all that, and I like them, and I like chitlins if somebody knows how to cook them. But anyway, I've eaten them tried to eat them a whole lot of times. I couldn't eat them. But anyway, we went over his couple's house. That one, he kept that on his mind that I didn't like duck. Of course, Kay was all for let's go eat some duck, and he sliced it thin, battered it, and fried it just like you would a piece of deer meat or whatever, except he sliced it thin,
Yeah.
battered and fried it in a big old black skillet on the stove.
Right.
Look at him, man. He didn't cook enough duck. I tore into that stuff. I don't know if I was hungry and he had marinated it in something, and I don't know what it was. He didn't tell me. Man, that duck was good.
Wow.
Now, if I'd have known how to do that 10 years before, 15 years before,
Duck on.
I'd have been a duck fool.
Welcome in, NJ.
Hey, New Jersey fishing maniac. He finna go get in that truck. I don't know. Does he have to drive on Friday night?
Yeah.
Drive on Friday. Well, I sure hope NJ don't take no lessons from Troy Missildine. That boy know he can't drive no truck.
Oh, man.
I even on the telephone, man, when I was watching it, I typed in there. I said, "Y'all notice all the traffic? There ain't no traffic going the same way that the folks that got off the road. They come with that 20 truck. You remember that movie where the truck was chasing that man? I don't forgot the name of it, but that truck chased that fella all across the desert. Now then, you remember that movie? I think Dennis Weaver was in that movie, Chester on Gunsmoke. I believe he was in that movie. So that's the way it was one time, but he was the only one on the road.
Tim Loon, I got hand paid at casino. Yes.
You got to go look if he's got them videos. I don't know if he got them up or not, but you got to go look at them things. The last two are hilarious.
Yeah, I'll go check it out. Yeah, me and Melissa, we got into Call of Duty back years ago. And the Call of Duty, you know, that's the first person war game, you know. We'd sit for hours on the battlefield.
I had never got hooked up on none of that stuff. Never have. Kay got a Smurf village that's got to be at least since whenever they came out. You know the Smurf village?
Yeah. Yeah.
She got a Smurf village that covers several states, I reckon.
Oh, wow.
She's been doing it forever now. She sits up in that bed on that laptop. She used to do it on this computer, on not this one, but one we had.
Right.
And she finally bought her a laptop, and this is her second laptop. So that's how long it's been.
Wow.
And I've looked at it a couple of times, and you can't even see the end of it. I mean, it's like the Ponderosa. You can't see from one side of her farm to the other. And it's folks working, and I mean, and I don't understand how all that works. I don't like the farming or driving that truck. I don't understand how it works because I ain't never done it. But she didn't buy a CD. This is strictly. She didn't have to buy a CD, I don't think, did she? No.
Now, once you download it, some CDs, once you download it to the computer, it's always there.
Yeah, well, that's the way she did it. And she didn't ever bought no CD.
I like playing time management games and simulator games.
Well, that cotton picking interests me, that farming, but see, I play hearts all the time.
Yeah.
When you get old, you're supposed to play them kind of games. Did you know that? You are. You're supposed to do that kind of stuff and word puzzles and all that. You're supposed to do them. That helps you with your old timers and all that.
Right.
Did I ever tell you about the insurance and getting long-term health care insurance, individual for if you get old and have to go in a nursing home? Did I ever tell you about that?
No.
It's been we wasn't in this house, and we've been in this house since 1994. So it was in the house we lived in before we moved here.
Right.
So Kay says she tends to all the money and everything. And she keeps up with all this stuff, politics and everything. She says, Steve, we need to, we still had kids at home. So we need to see about long-term care. I said, what the hell are you talking about long? I said, well, we're going to get old and we need to see about we can get an insurance policy that'll pay somebody to take care of us. If we had to go in an old folks home, or nursing home, she called, or attended living, or whatever the word is. Said it'll
Yeah.
pay $400 a day or whatever it is, and it'll pay if one of us moves in with one of the kids and their family, it'll pay them so many dollars a month to take care of us.
Right.
And I think we ought to get it. And I said, what's it gonna cost? And she showed all the figures to me. I said, can we afford it? And she said, yeah, we can afford it. I said, well, let's get it. So she signs up for it. And they call and they send a nurse, some kind of souped up nurse. I don't know what the hell, but anyway, we got an appointment at 7 o'clock one night, and this nurse shows up. And she ain't dressed like a nurse. She dressed just like a person, and she introduced herself, and so she says, I'm here, and we knew why. She explained everything to us. And so we were sitting on the couch, and she's sitting in a chair, and she says, well, who's gonna go first? I said, what, go first? I don't know what we're fixing to do. She said, well, I got to give y'all an exam for this to get this policy. You got to qualify to get this policy. I said, damn, this sounds serious. And she said, well, it is serious. This girl didn't do nothing but this. This is all she did was run around to people and do this test. And I said, well, I'll go first. I said, okay, you going to help me? And she said, and the nurse says, Ms. Adams got to leave the room. I said, do what? Yeah. So, and Kay says, I got to leave. She says, yeah, you got to go. You got to leave. This is one-on-one. I said, dang. I done got kind of nervous now. So, Kay leaves. She says, I need your full name and your date of birth. I gave her all that. How many children do you have? And I gave her that and said, the boys and girls. I said, 2 boys. And what are their full names? I had, it's just asking simple questions.
Yeah.
Everything I can answer. Have you got any pets? I said, yeah, we got pets. You call coon dogs pets? Yeah, they're pets. So I give her all the names of coon dogs and Kay's cat. And do you know exactly what street you live on? I said, yes, ma'am. And she said, well, would you give me the address? And I give her the address. City, I gave her the city. The zip code? I gave her the zip code. Yes, crazy. I said, what? Is this some kind of, this is crazy. She said, well, it's going to get better. Man, I said, I thought maybe I need to go get a drink or something, man. This is crazy. I ain't never been through nothing like that before. So we get through with all the simple questions. Then she says, I'm going to give you 5 colors. And you pick out your favorite color. So she names all 5 colors, and I picked out my favorite color. She said, now I'm going to give you 10 numbers, and I'm going to call them out slow, and then I want you to recite them back to me the same order that I gave them to you. I said, 10 numbers? She said, yeah. So she called out 10 numbers real slow, like 5, 25, 16, like that. Well, hell, man. What the hell? I got about 5 of them numbers. I don't know how many numbers So then she says, I'm going to give you 10 states. And you call them out in the order that I give you the 10 states.
Right.
And she starts out with Mississippi. And then Arkansas, and then she goes like Alaska and New Jersey and Connecticut and Florida, man, that shit. And she giving out 10 of them, and I don't know how many of them I got. And then she goes, and it goes on like this for about 5 minutes. And then she says, I'm going to give you 5 colors. And then I want you to give them to me backwards. I said, 5 colors? You going to give me just 5. You're going to give them to me backwards. Said, man, I don't think I got but 2 colors. Okay. She says, well, that's it, Mr. Adams. There you go. That's good.
Wow. Wow.
I was sweating out of nerves. And while Kay was taking her test, I went to the store and bought me a 6-pack of Budweiser. Because I knew damn well I wasn't going to qualify for nothing, you know?
Wow.
Well, in the end, she gave her the exact same test, you know, it word verbatim, you know, it's a test.
Yeah.
It turned out that I outscored Kay by 75 points. Her policy costs $100 a month, and they charged me $150.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. They charge Kay $100 a month. That's what we pay for that right today. And mine's $150 a month. And I outscored her by 75 points.
how does that work?
That's what I asked. How the hell does that? How does that work? Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, I had a bunch of them staying. A pile of them.
And y'all still paying that right now?
That's right.
$250
It ain't never paid up.
$250 a month.
Been paying it for how many years? Probably since 87, 88, somewhere along in there, 89 maybe.
Wow. 30 years.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, you know, we don't have to worry about, just like I tell Kay now, either one of the kids will take care of her, but they going to throw me down the road ditch somewhere. So none of them, they can't put up with me.
Wow.
But it's just basically it's a savings account, actually.
Yeah, that's all it is. I mean,
They take a certain amount of the insurance company takes a certain amount of it and put it in their coffers, you know. Yeah, that's the same thing, Tim, but that's the problem. Will we do it? That's the thing. Plus we draw interest on it, and they, you know, it's we get more than just the money we invest in it. I don't even think they have that anymore. I don't think it lasted but just a few years, and the insurance companies quit doing it. When Jimmy Carter, no, it wasn't Jimmy Carter.
Ooh. Man.
How much money is that?
$250. I just figured it about $250 a month times 30 years is $90,000.
That ain't no money, man.
Tell me that ain't no money.
$90,000. Listen, do you realize how far? Look, my sister broke her leg, and they talking about $50,000 for the operation. Just to set a leg.
Yeah.
You see what I'm talking about?
Yep.
And their money, they guarantee so much a month. See, my policy, I got $90,000 invested, but the insurance company guarantees whatever it is a month, several big dollars a month.
Yeah.
And my kids can draw that money if I live with them or if Kay lives with them.
Yeah.
That way more than pay for what. Plus, I got Medicare and, you know, all that. Yeah, it ain't.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, you see what Stan said?
Yeah. Well, you're looking at a $250,000 man here.
Oh, I know it.
Could you imagine what all my heart surgeries cost. And,
Look what Tim said. 90,000 is 3 months in a skilled nursing facility. So I ain't putting no money in it compared to what I can get out of it.
no. But what if what if y'all just die?
Well, then you don't pay no more payments and you lose that 90,000. And see, that's what they're gambling on.
Yeah.
That's what they're gambling on. They gambling that I ain't never going to nursing home. I'm gonna get killed in a car wreck or just die.
Yeah.
But I ain't told nobody this. My daddy died Saturday night. He's 99. He passed away Saturday night.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
Oh well, it's just it's a blessing. It's a blessing. But if I got any of them genes, I'm gonna end up in something like that, unless I just die. And that's what they're gambling on.
Yeah.
I don't know, Tim. They got these things now. It don't. I'm fine with it. It's just one of them things that happens. And when you're 99,
Yeah.
it's
I don't
time to
want
go, man. He's been ready to go forever. He's been ready to go for months and months.
right.
And it's a blessing. And I know it's tough on his wife and all, but
Man.
but that's just hey, Glacier.
I don't want to live to 99.
He didn't want to be like he was because he was active up until 10 months ago. And
Wow.
his body ran out. His brain never ran out. He's brilliant, man. He's smart as a whip, man. His brain never ran out, but his body ran out. He got the way he couldn't even talk,
Right.
He just couldn't. But anyway, yeah, I worry about my stepmother. I don't know what she's gonna do because she can't. She's 80. She's 10 years older than me. She's 85, 86. She got to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And they had a whole family. Now these girls that I'm talking about that broke their leg and had the flu. See, that's the sisters I was raised with.
Yeah.
And I got another whole set of family with my daddy.
Yeah. Yeah.
That I met all of them, but it's a whole different set of
Right.
family. And I don't know what they're gonna do with my stepmother. Somebody gonna have to take her up because they got a nice place out there in Spokane. And I don't know how much money they got. He's drawing retirement from 3 jobs, 3 big jobs, plus Social Security. He might have been bringing in $6,000-7,000 a month. Had it been.
Yeah.
And so she ought to be set if she sells that property. I mean, she got to have clean. Yeah, that's the key word right there, quality of life. Man, without quality of life, I don't want to see anybody. It's just like a dog getting run over in the road, man.
Yeah.
I can't stand to see that dog suffer. I almost got fired over a dog getting run over in front of the school one time.
Doggone.
Yeah, I run out there and I always got a pistol. I went out there with a pistol, gonna shoot the dog. And all them little girls and folks running around, don't kill that dog, don't kill that dog. I said, well, who's going to carry him to the vet? And the one girl said, my mama carry him to the vet. I said, well, go get your mama. And they spent, I don't forgot how many $1,000 on that dog. And the dog couldn't even stand up.
Wow.
And all I was trying to do is put the dog, put it out of its misery.
Out of misery, yeah. Welcome in, Johnny Small Pepper.
Hey, Johnny. Yeah, I can't stand to see anything suffer, man. I just can't stand it. It hurts my heart.
Yeah.
I wish Lucky felt a little bit about that way.
Wow.
But that is the most spoiled cat that they ever walked the face of the earth. Listen, be real quiet. You hear him?
Yeah.
I had to poke him 3 times.
And you wonder why he's so mean to you, Steve.
Well, look, I can even pet him and he's the same way. I can even pet him and he's the same way.
Wow.
He's going to turn around now where he can see me.
Yeah, he is.
Look at that face. That damn cat. Now I go get in that bed and he comes and he gets right up on top of me and I can rub him and everything.
Yep.
Don't bother him a bit. And he's going to be curled up right beside me in the morning. He won't sleep up there all night up on my side, but he's going to get down. He'll be curled up as close to me as he can get. But now if I reached over there right now, he'd cut me plumb to my bone. Now go figure. Hey, Emily. Terrible cat. Uh-oh, you getting up? Yeah, he's something. Oh, look here. I better drop this link again in case Mark wants to come up in. He's still hanging with us.
Hey, look here, Steve. I gotta go check a man about a steal or down the hill or something.
Okay, I'll be here.
Okay.
Chris, anybody, Johnny? Add a link if anybody needs to come up and talk a little bit. No, barley awake. Barley awake. barley. barley awake. Either way. Hanging on here tonight. All right, Mark. Well, Kate went on vacation this afternoon. She got through with all the exams. Hey, we gonna hang around. She gonna sleep late in the morning. Rest up. I got a funny feeling it's gonna be her last year. I believe she's gonna give it up. She ain't said anything to that effect, but damn, she's been teaching 50. Started in 1969, 68. Last smoking, I'm going to bed. I think. All right, Mark. She's been going, 54 years? There ain't very many school teachers that done taught 54 years. Not very many. I'm sure there's a bunch, but there's not many. And she's smart as a whip. She could have been anything she wanted to be, but how in the world she wanted to be a school teacher? All right, well, 53 years from 68. She went to work. She's been teaching. Well, that's right. She's been teaching a year longer than we've been married. And we got married in August of '69. I don't know. Whatever it is, 53. She started teaching in '69, the same year we got married. So I guess we've been married and teaching 53 years. But she's in her 54th year now teaching. That's right. She's in her 54th year, Mark. Like I'm in we in our 54th year of marriage. She's in her 54th year of teaching. That's right. '67. I ain't got but 8 years on the 10.
66 here.
Oh, that's when he was born. Damn, y'all young. I tell you, it ain't very many folks in this catfish community that's older than me. Not very many. The fact is, I don't know any that's older than I am.
That's why I've always said that I wish I could get around as good as you can when I'm your age. If I make it to your age.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the little funny thing, I could still go and do whatever I wanted to do. But I got a growing muscle that just, man, when you see me when I get up out of this chair, I can't hardly walk.
Yeah.
That's that growing muscle. I mean, that thing's painful. But after I take up 2 or 3 steps, I'm all right. Yeah, for 1947. September 1st, 1947. That's what's on my birth certificate. That's the best proof I got. That's all I know. Hell, I graduated from high school in 1965.
I wasn't even born until 66.
Oh well, it's all a mindset. Yeah, 1938. Yeah. Yep. Well, I'm not old enough to be any of y'all's dad, I don't guess.
Oh yeah, you are. You're old enough to be my dad.
My oldest son was
Well,
born.
no. My mama's 76 years old.
My oldest son was born in '71. Damn, I'm old. I'm almost old enough to be Mark's daddy.
My dad was born in 44.
Hell, I'm old enough to be CP's daddy. And I treat him like a son, too. I give him the same hell I give both my boys. Man, them pictures I seen him, I'd want to kill somebody if they did that to me. Them barbecue ribs and that sushi. That's his 2 favorite foods. And he's doing that colonoscopy thing.
Hey, I had a buddy, my best friend when I was a kid. He was 12 or 13 years old, and he went in the hospital to be circumcised.
Oh, God.
I went up there to see him, and that's when the Farrah Fawcett poster come out, and I took it up there to him.
No, that was painful.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Boy, she was a sexy thing. Ain't no doubt about it.
I didn't care for her more. I thought, what was her name? Jacqueline.
Jacqueline, yeah.
Yeah, looked better than her. Of course, I was always the oddball.
Lord have mercy. Chris, you gonna get killed, man. That red-headed woman gonna hit you so far on top, so hard on top of the head, you gonna have to stand on a stool to see over the edge of the boat. No, not Jacqueline Bassett. Jacqueline
Smith.
Smith. Jacqueline Bassett was something to look at too. Yeah, well, Melissa, she lived a long, good life.
Yep.
That's right. I want to die in my sleep or out here working in the yard, mowing the grass or something like that. I don't, man, I don't want folks to have to sit up there and look at me laying up in no bed. Wondering when is it, when he gonna go, you know?
I want to die. I want to die like Melissa's grandpa died in the garden with a hoe.
There you go.
With a hoe.
Yeah. My granddaddy died pulling a trailer load of cotton to the gin in the pickup. Sure did. That's what he was doing on the, helping us pick cotton, and he got a trailer and got in my stepfather's truck and started up the turn road with it, and we looked up yonder and he was bouncing across the road, the field. He was out in the field. And we jumped down off the trailers and the pickers and run down there to see what happened. And damn, he was dead, laying on the steering wheel.
Wow.
Yeah, I was 14.
Mm.
Yeah, and that it like broke my heart. But you think about it, for a farmer, you just can't hardly go no better.
No. Welcome in, Dallas.
What did Tim say? What a
If I die with a hoe, I hope my wife never finds out.
Dallas. Man, Tim, I want to live to be about 86, 87 years old and get trampled to death in a whorehouse raid. Oh, man, I would not say that as old as I am. See you later, Mark.
Take it easy, Mark. Happy birthday.
Let's don't talk about that no more.
Okay.
Let's talk about
Life.
yeah, let's talk about
Funny stories.
look at Troy. Last week when Troy drove a truck, he run over and drove a chicken.
Oh,
I don't know. He ain't been in here tonight. I bet he's sitting on the side listening. I usually get a text message from him when I'm sitting up here talking about him, but I ain't got it tonight. He might be out eating or something. They go out, you know.
Yeah.
My jealous husband. That's like there was a Civil War Confederate Civil War general, Earl Van Dorn. I won something one night. Yeah, there was on Spreaker years ago. There was it's a fellow in New Jersey. He moved to Florida now. His name is Frank Lopagolo. And he had a show, him and several of them had a show on one, I don't forget what night of the week. But they had a contest one night. Steve, you ever met any famous? I don't know what you consider famous. What do you consider famous? You know I have, but I don't know how famous they have to be. Uh, you know who Lenny Dawson is? Lynn Dawson, Big Buck Buchanan. And I met all the Kansas City Chiefs, and I drank whiskey with them for 2 days. Matter of fact, Archie Manning is a personal friend of mine. He's famous. Most of my people that I've ever met were in the sports field. But anyway, Lapagalo, they had a contest one night. And the question was, what Confederate cavalry? I don't think Van Dorn was a general. He was a colonel or something like that. I don't know. He was a high ranking. But yeah, that's right. I met all of them. We stayed in the same hotel room with them for 3 days. Yeah, I know. I met all of them. They was all super guys too. But anyway, the question was, what Confederate cavalry officer raided the Army Depot, the General Grant's depot in Holly Springs, Mississippi? Well, a fellow called in and gave the answer, and it was the wrong answer. And they said, well, that's right. How'd you know that? And that fellow said, well, I study up on Civil War. And I'm sitting there listening to this silly crap. And I called in, and they answered the phone. And it was Frank answered the phone. No, it was Joe DeMarco answered the phone. We got a call from 662. Who's this? And I said, this is Steve Adams down in Mississippi. I said, I want to correct y'all on this. Can you hear me, Hogleg? Okay. I thought maybe I was talking to myself. I said, I want to correct y'all on this raid at Holly Springs. I said, that was Earl Van Dorn that did that. Earl Van Dorn. And I spelled it for him. And I said, I don't care nothing about winning the prize. I said, but I want to set the record straight. So it was 4 or 5 of them in this show and just, sitting around a table hosting it. And so they said, I guess they're sitting around a table. It's all just on the radio, like talking on the radio. And they said, well, we're going to look this up. I said, well, you ain't got to look it up. You can take, I said, Joe, your ancestors ever in the Civil War? He said, I think so. I said, well, they was probably generals. I said, all my folks was in the Civil War, but I'm a private. I'm Private Adams, Private Steve Adams from Greenville, Mississippi. And so they looked it up, and they said, damn. Said Private Adams down in Mississippi, right? Said that Joe Smith, whoever it was, said that we got the wrong information. I said that's what I called y'all because y'all got the wrong information. And so, well, you win the prize, and I don't remember it was a gold plated buffalo nickel or something. Anyway, I got it back in somewhere back in behind. And anyway, I hung up. And so then they going to give another question. And they said, what Civil War officer was killed, died in, I forget the name of the town, somewhere in Tennessee. Wasn't Nashville. Some town over there in west central Tennessee.
Yeah.
Was shot and killed by a civilian in a house over there somewhere, whatever the town was. And so somebody called in and gave a damn answer, and they said, "Well, that's right." Well, I can't, it was Earl Van Dorn, the same guy. A jealous husband, he was going with a doctor's wife over there in some of those towns just east of Memphis out there. And he got caught, and then the husband was a doctor, and they killed him. So I called back. They were going to give this guy some kind of prize. And I called back, and they 662. I said, yeah. They said, is this Private Adams? I said, you're damn right, General DeMarco. I said, that guy's wrong again. I said, that was Earl Van Dorn. I said, he got killed by a doctor, a jealous husband. He was going with the man's wife, and the doctor killed him in the bedroom with his wife. Well, how you know all this? I said, hell, everybody down here knows that. I said, do some research. So when I said this, they get in, one of them gets on Google or whatever you do, you can Google all this stuff. And one of them, and I could hear him in the background, one of them said, hell, Private Adams is right. He said, he told it just like it is. And he said, well, Joe Smith is wrong again, so we're going to have to send this. We're going to send this prize.
Wow.
Man, I said, leave these idiot Yankees. But I won 2 prizes, and I still, when I get in some of these chat rooms, to this day, look, that was a long time ago, too.
Yeah. And
when I get in some of these chat rooms now, on the Melotech world, when Frank comes in, he said, that's Private Adams. They still call me Private Adams.
Yep.
But,
wow.
Yeah, that was funny. Man, these guys are crazy. What the hell? What kind of research are they doing? Everybody in Mississippi knows what happened to Earl Van Dorn.
Wow.
But up north, the Civil War is a whole lot bigger deal down here than it is up north.
Yeah. Yeah, because the South lost.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think that's what it is. If you go back through, no, it wasn't COVID law. You go back through all the wars that the United States have ever been in, per capita. Now, I'm talking about per capita. You know what I'm talking about, per capita. The South sends way more soldiers per capita.
Yeah, yeah.
Than other areas, of the United States.
Right, right.
Now, not numbers, but per capita.
Per capita, yeah.
It's just because I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's called. We're more country or we less informed. Hell, I don't know why, but that's those statistics. Those are for real statistics.
Yeah.
We don't send nearly as many soldiers as say New York does or New Jersey or whatever, but per capita, we send a piles of them. Yeah, Gettysburg. CP went to Gettysburg. CP is funny. CP spent a lot of time in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, trying to set up a warehouse up there for the company he worked for.
Wouldn't happen to be in Iams, would it? I used all Iams dog food out of it.
No, it was food. I think it was Nike. I can't remember. Or it might have. It was either Nike or what's the Windows? What's that company? Who owns all that? Microsoft. It was Nike. Microsoft. It was either Microsoft or Nike, and I think it was Nike. Shoe folk. But anyway, you heard me say this before. Oh, I don't know, Tim. It's lots of things. I know that Robert E. Lee was not the man for the job, but anyway, that's all. That's a sit down and talk face to face, Tim.
Well, down here in South Georgia, back when I was gambling a lot, uh, we didn't want to 50. We didn't want to gamble with a 50. As soon
So
as we didn't take a 50 to a to a gambling
who's
house.
on the 50?
Grant.
Grant? Oh,
Yeah,
Grant.
he
Grant
burnt down Atlanta.
and all Sherman went down Atlanta.
Yeah.
But Grant wasn't that bad a guy. He issued the orders now. But I don't want to get into all that. That's history, and that's all written documents, and I done read all that stuff myself
Yeah.
personally. And, no, I don't want to get into it. But I forgot what I was going to say. But you've heard me say that CP is one of the smartest people I've ever known in my life.
Yeah.
He is brilliant. He really is brilliant. He's too damn smart, actually. Well, when he was up at Harrisburg setting up this warehouse for these people, that all them computers and all them trains that run through the warehouse to
Right.
set the boxes in the right directions and setting up all the circuitry and all that stuff.
Right.
On the day off, and CP, he's a black guy. Well, there was two bosses up there, and they both black. And I think one of them was from up there, and then one of them was up there with CP. And they wanted to go out to Gettysburg. And they went out to Gettysburg, and all three of them. And I don't know exactly how the story goes. I can't remember. I wish he was in here. But they were standing up on some hill there, something looking out across the battlefield. And one of them guys said, well, this is where we started winning our freedom. And CP set him straight. At least that's what he said. And I'm sure he did, because he knows what's 2 and 2. But yeah, that's people that don't. You have to study. You have to study the Civil War.
Yeah.
And Tim, I took Civil War history in college. Two semesters of it, 6 hours. Best course I ever took in college. And Dr. Allen Dennis, the first day of class, my first semester, walked in there and I sat down. I didn't know what I was getting into. I didn't know much about the Civil War. I knew a little bit, I didn't know much. And he says, now what we're going to learn in this class is, and he named off 2 or 3 things. And he says, and one of the things he named off was that Robert E. Lee lost the Civil War for the Confederacy. Man, that pissed me off. And so did it the other 60 folks in the classroom. What? Man, some of them checked out the class. Wow. Some of the people dropped the class. But he said, I'm gonna prove it to you over a period of this semester, and if you stay with it the next semester, I'm gonna prove it to you. Well, anyway, look, there ain't no doubt that if anybody had been over the Confederate Army besides Robert E. Lee, that it may not have been a different outcome, but it's a good chance that the South would have drawn a bye. The Yankees would, the North, Abraham Lincoln would have just said to hell with it. Let them go ahead and secede.
Right.
If it hadn't been for Robert E. Lee. it got so close to the to Lincoln declaring stalemate, let's quit, that people don't realize how close it was to there being a South United States, a North United States, a West United States, and Texas. People don't realize how close it got.
Yeah.
And it got that close in Congress on the floor of the Senate and the House of Representatives. I could go right over here in my bathroom, and that's where they are. Have you ever heard of the congressional records?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where they write they got
everything down. Yeah.
Everything. Well, I got 2 volumes right there, and they're that thick. Each one of them's that thick.
Wow.
I got 2 volumes of it from that time period.
Wow.
And I read and read and read and read, and it was close to the union just saying, "Well, let them go." And the main reason for that was that England and France were within days of entering the war on the Confederacy side.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah. Well, it's all written down from the speeches that they gave and all on
Mm-hmm.
in the arguments. And this is all Union people giving the arguments now because there ain't no Southerners up there. I have no idea, Hooks. I do know, but I don't remember. It was meager, very meager.
Well, we got a prison camp over
Andersonville.
Andersonville.
Oh, that was, Andersonville. The generals and the officers that were over Andersonville, they get a bad rap because of the treatment of the Union soldiers in Andersonville.
Yeah.
What people don't realize, $13 a month. What people don't realize was that the Confederate Army was living off of less than what the prisoners was getting.
Yeah.
The Confederate Army by that time of Andersonville, they was walking around barefooted in the winter.
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't realize that.
Yep.
They didn't. The South didn't have nothing to give them. Hell, Sherman and them come through and burnt all the crops.
Yeah.
All in Arkansas, all North Mississippi, all Alabama, all of Georgia. They burn everything up. And what the hell? How you gonna feed soldiers and you can't feed your army?
Yeah, right.
So that's but they don't teach that in the classroom. Nope. I did. I tell you something else I taught, and I have read books and I read diaries. I've looked at the real results. What did Civil War veteran John Stark Pimpleton invent? Coca-Cola. Where was Coca-Cola first bottled, Hook? Where was Coca-Cola first put in a bottle?
I know the answer to that one.
I doubt it, unless you heard me say it. Because I know what you're going to say.
No, it was invented.
He said invented.
Well,
that's Coca-Cola was invented in Atlanta, Georgia.
In Atlanta, Georgia. But
where was it first bottled?
In Mississippi.
Vicksburg. By the Biedenhorn family, and they're still there.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. They own a ton. You look on the map at Edwards, Mississippi. Yeah, it was bottled in Vicksburg, Mississippi the first time it was ever put in a bottle. Biedenhorn owns a ton of land just south of Edwards, Mississippi. Right today, the Biedenhorn family.
Yeah.
I didn't, there wasn't none of them my age, but I'd have tried to marry one of them. So they got money. They won't never get all that money.
Yeah, that Coca-Cola empire is so.
Chris, hold on a minute. And he done got into the Google or something other than talking about Coca-Cola. I did this other night. You already seen it. Let's see if I can hold this up where y'all can see it. Y'all saw it the other night. Let me get this thing up here.
It did, Squire Stan.
How did I do it? How did I do it the other night?
You held it back. There you go.
Pure, P-U-R-E. Pure beverage. What's it say? Pure beverage. And down at the bottom, it says, hell, I can't get it where you can see it. Well, anyway, down at the bottom, it says 8 1/4 fluid ounces. Greenville, Mississippi. Pure beverage. Now you look it up on Google, and that's a Coca-Cola bottle.
Oh, I thought the brown one was.
That is too.
Oh.
Now here's the brown one. Let me hold it up. Coca-Cola. Y'all see that?
Yeah.
Let me stand it up straight. Coca-Cola with
Turn
the
it
arrow.
on.
With the arrow. Huh?
Yeah.
With the arrows on the side of it, and down at the bottom, it says Coca-Cola, Greenville, Mississippi.
Yep. Anything on the bottom of the bottle?
It's whoever made the bottle.
Coca-Cola.
I'd have to do it different to read it.
Yeah.
No, it did early on. It did have cocaine in it. The original formula had cocaine in it.
But that's when they sold it to the drugstores.
Yeah, but pure beverage. It says pure beverage. And if you look up, it's a Coca-Cola. It was bottled by Coca-Cola. Somebody did it the other night when I showed these bottles before. Pure beverages, and it says Coca-Cola bottle. And but now that brown one says Coca-Cola on it, but both of them are bottled by Coca-Cola.
There you go.
$75 coach, 50 for the bottle, and 25. And I tell you what, I'd almost sell you that damn bottle if you go to 100 and pay the shipping. He put me on the spot, ain't he?
Uh-huh.
I look at all this stuff I got over here. What am I gonna do with all that stuff? Don't nobody in my family, including Lucky, give a damn about it.
You need to start selling some of it.
Yeah, I need to get what's that girl's name that does the auction? Tina. I need to get her to auction some of that stuff off for me.
American Honey.
She auctions stuff off all the time, don't she?
Yeah.
Or used to.
She changed her name to American Honey now.
Okay. She won't let me in the damn trivia questions no more.
I'll go 100 and you pay the shipping.
No, I'd have to go 100 and you pay the shipping. I didn't find out what it costs shipping.
He said 2 bottles, both of the bottles.
No, he didn't say both of them.
Yeah, 50 for both and 25 for shipping.
I was coach 50 for the bottle and 20. No, he ain't said nothing about both of them.
Oh,
He
I
wants
was
the
reading it wrong. Oh,
he wants the brown one.
yeah. Shoot.
I tell you what, Tim, you let me find out what shipping is. I don't even know how to do that. Go up there to FedEx. I mean to it's one of that.
Put it in a box and pat it up real good and take the box to the USPS office and
The UPS up here and let them tell me what it costs.
either to the post office or to
No, I ain't going to
the
the post office. Hell, he allowed not to get it.
Okay.
I'd probably be willing to sell it for $100 and you pay the shipping. I'd probably let it go. That'd be a fair deal. Cause they ain't making no more of them. I can't guarantee whether it'll be broken like that.
Well, if you're gonna take it to UPS, they'll wrap it for you and box it for you and tell you what it'll cost.
Yeah. Look, 30 years of picking up bottles and metal detecting, it ain't no telling how many of these bottles I done found is broke. Everything on them good and the neck be broke off of it. But yeah, that's a nice bottle. I ain't never cleaned it. I never cleaned the inside of it. Probably be pretty if you cleaned it up in there. But now that's the bottle that I can't figure out. Because it turns out it's a Coca-Cola bottle, but it don't say Coca-Cola on it nowhere. But it says Greenville, Mississippi. Oh, Tim, we don't need to. You need to come to Mississippi and just pick it up on a trip through. On one of your travels. Maybe I'll put a note in it and put a cork in it and it'll float and you can go over to Texas and pick it up. Yeah, but that's a nice old bottle. Yeah. I've seen cases of them things of the guys. There's a guy down here that name is Puddin' Moore. He's a machinist. Hell, he's retired now, but what you call them people that used to come around trying to buy stuff? Them two guys. It was a TV show.
Yeah, American Pickers.
Yeah, American Pickers went to Puddin' Moore's place. And they thought they're going to, they think they're going to get stuff at a good price. And Puddin' is right on the money with everything because he sells thousands of dollars worth of stuff through rock shows and things. He travels and carries all that stuff.
Right.
And he got cases of brown Coca-Cola bottles. 24 packs, in the wood cases that he picked up. The wood cases are worth something,
Yeah.
He got cases of them things. And they was going to buy a case of them drinks, brown Coca-Cola bottles, and then they thought they would give them about $50. And Puddin' shot about $3,000 on them.
Yeah.
Then they went over and looked at the buffalo, fossilized mastodon, not mastodon, but a bison head oh man, what is this? And he told him, he said, well, what you got to have? Would you take 100? And he said, you multiply that time about 5. Because he sells them things in rock shows for $400-500 a piece.
Yeah.
Them heads that he finds out there on that river. Possibly. In fact, there's a doctor here in town that buys a lot of this stuff. Just he must have a hell of he must have a museum in his big old house over yonder. But he buys a lot of that stuff and put. Yeah. The American Pickers. But they've been to Greenville several times. But I love history. I love American history. It's fun to know exactly what went on and not what you was taught when you was in school. Because what you was taught in school is entirely different than what actually went on.
Right.
You know, the books teach about the Whiskey Rebellion, early 1800s. I think, I don't remember whether George Washington or Thomas Jefferson, I don't remember who was president, but the farmers up there in the West, in them days was Western New York, Western Pennsylvania. You know, out west then wasn't 200 or 300 miles from the eastern seaboard, all the way down through Georgia. And them farmers, the population, just like now, the population was all along the Atlantic coast. You know? And them farmers out west in them days, it was raising grain and corn, this, that, and the other. They didn't have no way to transport it but by oxen, you know, pulling on a wagon. And they didn't have tarpaulins, wasn't a dam or nothing, you know. And by the time they get their grain over there to where they could sell it, it wasn't worth nothing. Been rained on and half of it molded, you know, and it just wasn't, you know, them women don't want to buy that old wheat. And they couldn't even mill it, you know, couldn't carry it to the grist mill. And it was killing the farmers. Well, one of them guys come up with the idea of making corn whiskey. Probably one of them Irishmen up there. They come up with the idea of making whiskey and vodka and everything else out of the potatoes and the wheat and the corn, everything. They turned it into alcohol.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Now they put a cork in that crop and put a bunch of them on that wagon. And then when they got to the East Coast, they had plenty. Everything was, you know, good to sell. Well, that upset the government because now they making all this money, and there ain't no taxes on it, you know. And they getting rich. The farmers for a year or two getting wealthy, selling whiskey back to the East. But they decided they're going to put a tax on them. Well, the farmers rebelled, and they call it the Whiskey Rebellion. And they rebelled. They said they wouldn't get no damn protection from the Indians when they were trying to sell rotten wheat, and starving to death. And now they're making money, and they still ain't getting no protection from. And why should they pay taxes?
Right.
Why should we pay taxes? And they're killing our folks every day. The Indians, you know, out there, the Iroquois and the Algonquin and the Mohawks and all them Indians all the way down through Tennessee. And why should we pay taxes and we ain't getting nothing for the taxes?
Right.
And they rebelled. And they sent the army down there. Whoever the president was. Sure did. And people, that ain't taught in the books. They mention the Whiskey Rebellion in the history books, but they don't teach you what really happened. And that's all part of penalizing exceptionalism. Because that was an exceptional top of the line idea that they had to they conform to be able to stay in business. And now the government going to send the army after and not give them nothing for the taxes. It's all, I tell you, when you really read history, it's
Right.
it's
Totally different, huh?
it's totally different than what the books tell you. Well, the books don't tell you why.
No.
And I didn't ever try to rewrite history. All I did was teach the other side. When they taught about the Whiskey Rebellion, can you imagine farmers rebelling? They got to have a good reason.
Yeah.
So let's find out why. And it's easy to find out. All you got to do is do a little research. And I just told you why they rebelled. Now, if the army was down there protecting them from the Indians, that'd be a different case. But there wasn't. There wasn't no army. Hell. Shit. All they done marching around up and down the eastern seaboard. Yeah, but anyway, I see we got 21 people and there ain't nobody talking.
I'm talking.
I'm talking about them. Yeah, they here to help us.
The chat died, huh?
They
Oh,
snore.
come on.
Lucky snore. Every once in a while, he lets out a little grunt.
Yeah, well.
You know, somebody other night, last week or so, I was talking, and there was somebody in here from West Virginia. And they mentioned, I can't remember the name of it. I swear I can't remember it. But when the coal miners rebelled against the government, and they called it somebody's war, whoever the guy was that led the miners. And they had a hell of a battle over on the side of one of them mountains in West Virginia. Well, that's right. That's right, Hook.
Yep.
I don't know anything about that. I've never studied Four Roses. Yeah. No doubt. If I reached over there right now, I had to go get a Band-Aid. No, he don't stand no hugging on that bed. And when I get in my bed, it's all right, but not right there. Boy, he done curled up like a mink, ain't he?
Heck yeah.
What was the name of that war in West Virginia where the miners and they sent the army in there? They had a heck of a battle. I know a lot of folks that go, I don't know them personally. I just know them from the metal detecting world that hunt artifacts from that battle.
Chucky Morgan, I know he lives in West Virginia.
This was a boy that just showed up in here, and he he subscribed to my channel after that, but that's the only time I've seen him once or twice.
Man, Billy.
Yeah, Billy. I think it was Billy. Billie.
Yeah, IE. Yeah.
On the end of his name.
He's from West Virginia.
Yeah, he was the one that asked the question that I know about it. I did. I mean, I don't know a lot about it. We were talking about we were talking about dadgum. We were talking about the Hatfields and McCoy.
Yeah.
West Baghdad, Virginia. Yeah. That's another funny thing in the history of the United States. West Virginia. During the Civil War, before the Civil War, they did all these compromises trying to keep a balance in Congress of free states and slave states. And there was the compromise of 1787 or in 1789. There's two compromises that drew out Blair Mountain. That's it. There was two compromises that were written early on in our history after we became states of the United States that drew out what you had to do to become a state. It laid out the format or the foundation or the directions. You had to get so many people you could apply for territorial status and on and on and on.
Right.
To what you had to do to become a state. And there was two different acts in Congress that drew all that out. And one of them had to do with surveying the properties and places, the areas, and the other one had to do with population and representatives and this and that and the other.
Right.
All right. The Civil War, they had the Kansas-Nebraska bill that caused John Brown to go out there and cause all that hell in Missouri and Kansas and all the bloody Kansas and this and that and other.
Yeah.
And they had the 3/5 compromise where they counted slaves as 3/5 of a person, and they're all that compromise trying to prevent the Civil War. And the Senate and the House doing all that. All right, now I'm almost lost my train of thought. Oh, all right. California came in Northern California, Southern California, and then they let another state in and to keep it balanced. But West Virginia, now listen, West Virginia just sent them a letter basically and told them they wanted to be a free state. They didn't want nothing to do with Virginia. And Congress said, okay, y'all, they didn't meet none of the requirements or nothing. They just became a state.
Mm-hmm.
They never was a territory. They became a state.
Yeah.
Everybody else was a territory except for the 13 original. And
that's when the nowadays the United States don't look nothing like the United States back then.
It's different. It is different.
Yeah.
And I'll tell y'all something else about Texas. I may have said this already before. Every state in the Union that I've ever researched is set up in townships and sections, school sections, townships, and all that.
Right.
Texas ain't.
No.
It ain't never been surveyed. It's
there are plots out there.
It's just out there. It ain't no boundaries. I own this from that tree to that tree and down here to this creek.
Right.
And I own a county.
Yeah.
And I own 14 square miles, 100 square. And I found that to be quite interesting because I had a man, it ain't been that long ago, asked me to research his property. See if there's anything like ghost towns or the Chisholm Trail or any of that kind of stuff might be on his property.
Right.
Well, he sent me a picture, a Google Maps picture of his property. There ain't no way to research it because there ain't no, I don't know how to overlay what he sent to old maps. I guess you can do it, but I don't know how to do it. I had to have townships and sections,
Right.
like the rest of the country. I called him. I said, man, I can't do none of this. I said, it ain't no townships in Texas. I don't know how to do it. And he laughed. He said, well, I thought maybe you could do it. No, I can't do it, man. I'm sorry. I don't know how to do it. But, yeah. Did you know that Texas can self-divide if they want to?
Huh. No. I
Yeah.
didn't know.
They meet down there in Austin.
I
And
know.
if the petition, they get enough names on the petition, they can divide into as many different states as they want to. West Texas, South Texas, Northeast Texas, Hill Country, they can divide any kind of way they want to. And Washington, D.C. can't say a damn thing about it because they came in as a republic. Lone Star Republic. Yeah, sure can. That's in the Constitution. That's the reason you don't mess with Texas. That's right. I mean, I'm not sitting up here telling you lies. I mean, that's, if the
Well, that's why Texas has got its own power company.
I don't know what all Texas has got. I know if I ever left Mississippi, I've always said that's where I'd move was to Texas because I love them people in Texas. I just get along with them. Yeah, Tim is talking about it there now.
He says they can divide into 5 states.
If they wanted to.
Yeah, but what are they going to name them other 4 states?
Whatever they want, whatever them people want. Whatever them people in that stereo wants to name it.
Wow.
Yeah, man. And Washington can't do nothing about it.
Well, could you, if I sent you a Google map of my area, could you overlay it?
All I need to know is what township and section you in. And if it's on my information, I can go all the way back to the original survey of that property.
Wow.
In Georgia, hell, that allowed to be in the 1600s.
Yeah.
Late 16s.
Sure.
For me to let me think the easiest way to do it.
Well, I know a local vet found a whalebone in the Flint River.
Okay. Well, that's way back yonder though. That's millions a year.
Yeah. And on that farm I used to work on, that I learned, I didn't learn the farm, but when I became tractor drivers,
Yeah.
There was a bottom to, man, when it was freshly plowed and haired.
Yeah.
Man, after a rainstorm, you could walk out there and find hundreds in arrowheads and
Native American stuff.
Yeah.
What I have to have is let me see. I've done this a bunch of times, but I've always done it. I know if you can go with the township, the range, and the section, I can get anything you want. But I need to make it easy for me. Township, range, and section. In that order. Township, range, and section.
Section.
What section? Like section 2, section 16. Don't y'all have 16 sections for schools down there?
Yeah.
That 16.
Down.
Township. Range.
What do you mean by range?
You see it if you can figure it out. If you can find what the township is, you can find out what the range is. And section. Now I can find the section just by a dot on the map, but that don't give me the information I need. I need a township and the range.
Yeah.
Let me try to think. Let me. What are you looking for? The farm or your house or what?
No, I don't know where my house is at. I'm looking for areas that might be good metal detecting.
All right. Well, send me a map. Can you? Let's see. Can you send a map off of Google Earth with pins on it? Can you? Is that possible? I don't know.
I don't know. Let me see.
We know that it was all Virginia. That's right. But wasn't it called Augusta, Virginia?
Well,
I don't know about Augusta, Virginia. But that sound, that rings a bell with me, Chucky. Augusta, Virginia rings a bell. That sure rings a bell. But they split off from Virginia, but we know that. Yeah, Augusta. For some reason that rings a bell, but I wouldn't want to say that was what it was. I can't answer it. That's the best I can do is that Augusta sounds, that's familiar. Something, it rings a bell. It's like that place in Tennessee that had its own name. I can't remember that now, but there was an area in Tennessee that seceded from Tennessee. And there was a place in South Mississippi that seceded from Mississippi, the Free State of Jones. I mean, it's all that's been going on for years and years and years. But Chuck, it's something that's sure that makes me want to go look it up. You're probably right. It does. Like I said, it rings a bell. But on Google Earth or any other kind of map that you can put pins that I can see, get roads and highways and get a location.
Right.
Then I can figure out where it is to start my research. But but the easiest way is township, range, and section. And if you're in all in one spot there, you're gonna have the same township probably, the same range probably, and maybe 4 sections. Because a section, is just a mile by a mile by a mile.
Right.
And even if you got 10 miles, it don't make 10 sections. It don't make no difference how many sections you got. As long as you got the township and the range. Have you got a deed to anything, any land?
No, I used to have, but
You know the people that own anything that you can get them to give you that's all on their deed.
well, I know a big landmark right down the road from me.
All right, what is it? What's the landmark?
I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
Private chat.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Let me wait. Now that's something I can't write on that. That's important right there. There we go. All right, now I'm gonna ask you some questions when I get through here. right, now from that spot, that's a big place, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
All right, from that spot, which way you want to go? Which direction you want to study?
Either
Give
south,
me-
either south of that spot or uh,
How many miles south?
I'd say a mile, maybe half a mile.
Okay. All right, give me some more direction.
Uh,
You can't hunt on there though.
no. I know I can't hunt on there. Uh, north of there, about a mile.
All right, it's north toward you.
Yeah.
Oh, you on the north side.
As a matter of fact, the farm was on the south side. You see that big, when you pull it up, you see that big farm out there?
Oh, I had to look.
No, when you do, though, you'll see a big farm land.
Do you know who owns that farm?
Oh, well, not right. Well, somebody in Leesburg owns
Do you
it.
know their last name?
Nah, I can look it up.
Do you know the name of the company that owns it?
Nah, I don't know the name of the company. Well, I knew it back when I worked on it because
Yeah.
it's traded hands since then.
Yeah.
But
Oh, I sure did. I'm sorry, y'all.
But there's another farm where I hunt hogs and deer on. That's right close to that farm, and it's a pecan farm.
It's trees. How many acres of trees is it?
3,000 acres of trees
In an orchard?
in an orchard,
All right, and which side of the place is that?
south side.
And that's the farm.
Yeah. Well, there's a community there. Well, it's not called that no more, but it used to be called Pecan City. Wilson owns the farm
Now?
now. Pecan Farm.
Last name.
Last name Wilson.
Okay. And the pecan is 3,000 acres?
Yeah. And the other farm is
Well, hell, there ain't but 36,000 acres in a section.
well that covers 2 counties. That's going into another county.
I think township. I ain't sure whether township stop in the counties or not. Usually the county lines are on township lines.
Yeah.
Now that ain't always the case, but you.
Well, there's other than Pecan City, Auburn is the only other town.
Well, I can tell you what.
Baconton's a little unincorporated town.
No, I'm not moving that. But I can tell you what gets away with some of these homesteaders. I've told you this before that I watch them in their videos where they're driving to and this and that and the other, and the roads they own and the barns and the red barns and the green barns, and I go to do left.
Right.
And I found 3 of them, excuse me. I found 3 of them. Hey, Jody, you back up? And I go on my research and I find the original survey, early 1800s.
Right.
And I emailed it to them. And I go and I open this thing in paint and I draw that little property in on a 18. The earliest was on an 1823 survey. 1823.
Wow.
And I sent it to them. And you know, I've never heard a word back from any of it.
Wow.
And I guarantee you that all of them got me on the scared list. So they think I'm some kind of stalker or something.
Well, that Pecan City, I mean, my aunt used to own Pecan City,
Okay.
and my great aunt, but the way she bought it, the whole city, where she had a job at Coach and Clark's, and every time a little section of the city would come up for sale on the courthouse auction,
She bought them for taxes.
she bought it. She bought. Now, next thing you know, she owned all of the city.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, it'd be a good place to meditate, because I bet ain't nothing there now.
Well,
Or for a little bit.
I know the man who does own it now.
How many houses are left in the town?
There's no houses left in it, except for one. It was an old crop share uh, that she never could buy, and it's the house sits right on it. They don't own none of the land around it, but it's
Yeah,
just
you
the
told
house.
me that. How many houses was it there at one time? How many lots?
Oh man, I can't remember. But she bought the uh city and put mobile homes out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it'd be all trashy with buying the sausage and beer cans, but
No, it's clean. She kept it. Man, you don't know my aunt, my
but
great aunt.
it'd be some more money to be found out there if it was there back in the day.
Yeah, oh yeah, it was back
Back
there.
in the 40s, 30s and 40s.
But now history, I do know the history of the farm that I worked on. Uh, it was all woods. A man come in there, and this was about 2,200 acres.
Mm-hmm.
A man, they hired a man to come in there and clear it, and there was some rattlesnakes in there too.
Bet it was.
Yeah, but then it become a farm.
A farm or pecan orchard?
A farm.
Farm, okay.
Now, right across the road is the pecan orchard.
Okay. Would the road run north and south or east and west?
It's north and south. 133.
It's 133, okay.
Yeah.
All right, and what side is the pecan orchard on?
It's on the left side.
That's the east side.
Yeah. Well, Pecan City, it's the farm. What Marine Base, the cleared farm, 133, Pecan City, and then the orchard.
Okay. But the pecan orchard's on the east side of 133. Going north. No.
No, it's on the south side.
So 133 runs east and west?
North and south.
Well, how in the hell is pecan orchard on the south side of it and the highway run north and south?
Because it's further south. I don't know, but you got me, because there's another highway down here, 300, that runs north, and it don't even run north.
Well, I better scratch that little map out and go trying to find me some pecan trees. All right, I'll do something with it. I'll do what I can do with it.
All right.
Yeah, monster rod holders, Melissa. Like I told them earlier, I won this on Chucky's Chunky's thing a year or so ago. I forgot how, but I won it.
And then if you look, if you bring that up on Google Maps, if you look probably, I'd say 5 miles
Yeah.
further to the south, you'll see Radium Springs. And that Radium Springs is what dumps out into the Flint River.
Okay.
That's the section of river that I usually fish.
Well, see, I don't use Google Maps. Just all the reason I'll use it is to see where I want to go on the next map.
Okay.
See, and the next map will give me the township and the sections and the range.
Okay.
And then I'll take that and put that in another site, and that'll bring up the original survey
Okay.
and who owned it and how many people owned it. You know, that'd be pretty fun to look up Georgia because that's one of the original 13 colonies.
Yeah.
I had never researched Georgia.
Who
But I'll
knows?
see what I
Who
can
knows?
do.
I might be sitting on a gold mine right here, Steve.
Yeah, that's right. Thought it was a Hooters shirt. I wish it was a Hooters shirt. Like that. That says Monster. It don't say Hooter. I guess it could say Hooter if I held my hand over just right. Got on a Hooter shirt.
Yeah, that's Catfish Regulator's shirt. His motto is "Mount Up."
And I got a regulator shirt in the closet. That damn, what's the man from England? He used to be in all of the rooms. George.
George, yeah.
George.
Ray.
Georgia.
Yeah.
When I got caught in that storm that night, I caught that fish in that tournament, and I got all muddy and everything. He won one of the regulated shirt, and my shirt was all the way down to my knee, stretched. You know how a t-shirt is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he won the shirt in the drawing, and he gifted it to me.
You know, that's the first time I ever seen you or heard of you.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a hell of a night.
Yeah, I felt sorry for you that night. Look at this old man out here fishing in the rain and lightning storm. And you wanted to go stand under a tree when it's.
Shit, I ain't worried about getting out. I'm going to get in the woods when there's lightning now. I ain't worried about no tree.
And
I ain't never had one split the tree I was holding to, but I done had them split them within 30 feet of me.
yeah.
I had that happen twice. Man, one time I was driving a tractor. We had a farm that was about 180 acres, 160. It was 340. It was 440, 160 acres. And it's about 4 miles from the home place. And I was rolling up, I guess. And the disc and the chisel plows and the harrows and do-alls, they was all in front of me a day or two, and I was coming behind rowing up, all the land that we had scattered around.
Right.
And I was back up in there rowing up, and it was about right before done. I looked back to the southwest, and I was looking toward town, and damn, it was dark. And I said, "Oh," and I'm on a deadening, man, a deadening. That was a terrible, bad place to be at. No houses, wasn't nothing back there. Dirt road, about a mile long, mile and a quarter. I said, So I made another round, and I was watching that storm. We didn't have no cabs, nothing now. I'm just, I made another round, going back to the south, looking at that cloud. And I saw the street lights in town. I was 2 miles maybe from town, maybe a mile and a half where the crow flies. And I saw the street lights in town come on. I could see them burning out on the east side of town. I said, hell, man. And it was dark, and it was steady getting dark. I said, I better get my butt out of here. And I picked that tractor plow up. I got on the turn road and I got up on the gravel road and there was an old house up there that we parked our equipment around when we was working back in there. And it was sitting in 4 big old pecan trees. And I'm talking about humongous pecan trees. And I got up there and I turned it, didn't nobody live there. And I turned up in that driveway and I let the plow down and I flipped the seat over, cut the tractor off and I flipped the seat over. And it just started to rain. And I jumped up on the front porch of the house and the house faced east. Okay? The rain coming from the southwest. So I go all the way across the porch of that old house to get to that corner to see what it looked like back to the southwest. And the lightning split that pecan tree that wasn't 10 feet from it.
Man.
And hell, everything stood up. I mean, it was electricity everywhere. I like tore that damn porch up getting back to the other end. That scared me so bad. And I couldn't hear for, hell, it was a minute or two. It was so loud. And it split that tree and that tree caught on fire. Because it went out, the rain come and it showed enough coming running. And it put that tree out. And so I'm just sitting down there on the floor of that old house, wind blowing. I mean, it was bad. I thought I was going to get blown away. And I sat there and I don't know how long it was, but finally my stepfather showed up. And he said, hey, you get wet? I said, no, I didn't get wet. I said, you see that pecan tree right down there? That thing split wide open. I said, I was standing down there looking around the corner of that porch when that lightning hit that dang tree. He said, wow. Boy. And he said, it rained back there in the pocket. I said, man, I don't know. He said, well, get in the truck and let's go see. The rain had gone on. It wasn't summer rain or spring rain. And we drove down that turn road, got off the gravel and going back down in there. And I bet you we didn't go 300 yards and dust started flying. I was right on the edge of that thing. And so I went back, got on the tractor, and went back down there and worked at dark a little later. But that was an experience. And I got one better than that about lightning now. I was over Warfield Point Park, which is a campground right on the Mississippi River here.
Right.
And it was right there by the new boat ramp. There was a pecan tree that I used to always park beside when I was over there in 2013, 2014, after I had that cancer surgery. When they let me start driving, I go over there and sit up under that pecan tree right beside it in my truck and right down in towboats that come by. You know, I told y'all all about it.
Yeah.
So I was over there one day. I don't even know what time of year it was. But anyway, fellow that ran the park, his name was Leon. And I knew all them people and I helped them as much as I could and, you know, give them whatever they wanted to ask me. I'd cab, go get them something to eat, whatever. So Leon come through the park in his truck there, county truck, and he saw me sitting there. So he parked right behind me and got out and he was standing up there, leaning up against that tree talking to me. I got the window down. And he leaning up against that tree. I wasn't 6 feet from that tree. And talking to me sitting in the truck. I ain't got the door open or nothing. I'm just, you know, with the window down. And I looked out across the river. And I said, Leon, look over here. I come across that river. That's a hell of a storm coming across the river. He said, it sure is. He said, reckon it's going to get bad. I said, it looked like it might get bad. So he was standing there and he had his elbow. Listen to this now. He had his elbow propped in my window. And we were sitting there. I was in the truck. He's standing with his right elbow propped in that window, looking at that storm, and lightning split that pecan tree to the ground.
Wow.
And look, it split it so bad, half of it fell over. And he was standing there. I looked at him. He's a black guy now. I looked at him, looked at all the hair on my face, everything. I mean, that like electricity, it make your hair stand up. I looked at him,
Yeah.
he was froze. He was froze. He couldn't. He, he ain't jumped. He ain't hollered. He was like a statue. And I said, "You all right, man?" He said, "Man," he said, "my feet burning. My feet are burning." And I said, "Burning?" He said, "Man, my feet are so hot." He went to bounce and jumping. I reckon that electricity went through them roots upon it. I don't know what happened, but it burned his feet got hot. They didn't burn him, but he was my feet hot. And that listen now, that lightning was not over 3.5 feet from him.
Wow.
And when it come down through that tree,
Good Lord. That was a close call.
jeez, close. You can't hardly get no close. And that tree, it fell way out. And it was a big pecan tree, one of them riverbank pecan trees. It fell way out. And in, I guess, 2 weeks, that whole tree was dead. All the leaves fell off of it. And they come over with chainsaws and cut it down, cut it up, and haul it away.
Yeah.
I told Leon, I said, "Man, you one lucky fella."
Heck yeah.
And I don't know why his feet got hot. We never did. I didn't ask a lot. The only thing we figured that electricity run out through that ground right upon his feet or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was lucky. Man, I could have seen him get cooked right there.
Oh,
That-
heck yeah.
Just that easy. But
Yeah.
but that's close. That's closer than me on that house porch. I mean, he man got our attention. His show got his attention. But he couldn't move, and he was froze. I really think he thought he was dead. I really think he thought he was dead, and he was trying to he was reasoning through everything that just happened, and that's what was the pause and the froze. I think he actually thought he was dead, because I actually thought he was dead. I thought he was electrocuted. Yeah, man. But I'd have been close to lightning. I've been real close to it. That ain't the only two times. And I always get up in the woods when I was on that river. Get up there. If it hits it, just don't hug no tree, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, Hook. Who's that? Tim going to bed? See, Tim. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Tim.
But Leon. Well, that did. We got a man down here. He dead now. But in 1970, right after I got married, and we still live in an apartment. It's 70 or 71. I guess it's 71. We had a tornado come through down here that stayed on the ground for 20-something miles. It was category 4, 5, 4, 5.
Right.
And it killed, I think, all total 17 people in Mississippi and rural. So, everywhere it hit, it killed folks. And it stayed on. And you could follow it. You could follow it in a vehicle by, here and there, and cut it and go on up and meet it and go follow it. In one place you could follow it about 8 miles right out there beside the highway.
Right.
Anyway, it destroyed one little small town. Had about 100 people in it. And then a town that had about 1,700. It destroyed it. It just literally destroyed it. It wasn't 20 houses left in that town. And they killed a bunch of folks. When they
Right.
got in the fields, you know, there was only two places of population that had actually it got a house here and there across the field. But anyway, that was a man, black man. His name was Charlie. That worked on, and it went through. I'm gonna name the little towns: Cary,
Okay.
Panther Burn, Delta City, Inverness, and Moorhead. Now they think that the one that hit Cary was a different tornado, but yeah, somebody in the OS Chris. But
Oh, you got to change it.
but the straight line was from Cary to Delta. I mean, from Delta City to Inverness through there, them little places. But anyway, it was a man named Charlie.
Coach,
Yeah.
you got to change this layout.
What's wrong?
Give me some room.
How'd I do that?
That's good.
Is that okay? All right. So anyway, Charlie, and I was militating at a farm headquarters. Boy, that I taught in school. They big operators down here, and I was down there at his shop. They got an old house there where the headquarters used to be. And I was digging around in the old yard. And the house wasn't even there no more. And I was hunting around in the yard, and they was all working over there around the tractor, around the shop. And I quit militating, and I got the truck and rolled over. I was going to visit with John Thomas and all, and it was two or three folks working on a field cultivator. And they introduced me to him. John Thomas introduced me to him and said, "This is Tornado Charlie." And I said, "Anyway, I had Charlie and all." And anyway, after a while, I asked John Thomas, I said, "What you call him Tornado Charlie for?" He said, "Oh, that's what everybody called him." Said, "You know, the tornado." He said, and John Thomas wasn't even born in the day. But when that tornado came through over there, he worked on a farm there at Delta City, a little old community. And he was on a tractor out there in the field when that thing come through. Now, I know y'all ain't going to believe this, but this is the story. And I remember what happened. I remember it happening. But I didn't know it was this man. That thing picked him up off the tractor, turned his tractor over and picked him up and hung him by his belt in the top of one of them bald cypress trees.
Wow.
Way up in the air. Way up under. You know them. You know what a bald cypress is? You know the old swamp
Yeah.
cypress?
Yeah.
Old snaggy old tree, you know?
Yeah.
And it hung him by the back of his belt up yonder. And they hunted for Tornado Charlie for several hours. They found his tractor. They flipped the tractor in the ditch and everything. This was back in the big tractors. This wasn't no baby tractor. You know, it was like a 50-20 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It flipped the tractor in the plow hole, and they couldn't find him. And he was in shock, and he couldn't say nothing. And night, it hit in the afternoon. Somebody saw him. They was down there trying to get that tractor turned back over after it been quit raining and storming. And somebody looked up there in that tree and saw that man hanging up there in that cypress tree.
Wow.
And it was on all the news reports around here. Well, anyway, they had to get linemen, you know, linemen and all, but they all working on power, trying to get power back to the house, and they finally got, because they didn't know if he's dead or not. He was just up there. He was in a hell of a state of shock.
I imagine.
And they finally got a lineman down there, and he got a safety belt around that big old cypress tree and was able to get up there to him, and he was alive. I mean, he just was sitting there in a coma, basically.
Wow.
And they talked to him and flew with him and gave him a Coca-Cola and brought him up some cookies and this, that, and the other. And he finally got unconscious, you know. And now they had to try to get him down out of that damn tree.
Oh, Lord.
So another lineman came and they got him they got some rope and they tied him off and, you know, dallied him off up there on a pretty good place on the tree. And they let him down out of that tree on a rope, 2 men, you know. It took 2 to let him down, you know. And Charlie was a Waterford man for this farm, and that was, you know, when I met him. And this farm is 22,000 acres, and they scattered all over Washington, 2 or 3 counties. Big operator.
Right.
And Charlie had his own little John Deere tractor, cab and air, radio, and everything. One of them Whirlybird Waterford plows, you know, that tows the dirt.
Yeah.
And that was his job. That's what he did for the company, was run Waterford. And you see him all over the country. I mean, I had seen him already, but I didn't know who he was. And they said, I said, and John Thomas was telling me all this. He said, and he is a good Waterford man. A good Waterford man is hard to find. That's all farming. But a good Waterford man is hard to find. Mm-hmm. And Charlie was a good one. But they said he got one fault. He said, if a cloud comes up,
it gone.
On 22,000 acres scattered all over 2 or 3 counties, and you just don't know where you're going to find Charlie. And you can always find the tractor, but you don't always find Charlie. But he always shows back up. He go get on a concrete bridge or catch him right, get a cloud. A cloud come up in the summer, you know, like them afternoon thunderstorms. Yep. Charlie, he gone.
I don't blame him.
I don't blame him either. That's a hell of a story right there.
Heck yeah.
But it was all on the news around here when they found him. But he hung up in that tree for like 24, 26 hours.
Man.
Man, I'd have died.
Yeah, I believe I'd died too.
Mm-hmm. Hanging by his belt. But they said Charlie said, you know, they know he was in a state of shock. But he was scared to move, is what they say. They said he was scared to move because he had they said, because he said, you know, this belt's about 10 years old. And he was scared of wiggling and do too much. And hanging by a damn stop up there on the cycle tree. He was scared that belt gonna break. Yeah.
Well, good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
Y'all ain't working this morning?
Nope, we're off all weekend.
Oh yeah.
Y'all guys, you ever seen that ball of fire come out of the front of a TV? That ball of electricity? That blue ball of electricity come out of the front of a TV and come across the room?
That's a poltergeist there.
I tell you, it's sure I've seen it. I ain't seen it but once. But it sure happened to us. Our first TV too.
Wow.
Yeah. The lightning struck that antenna up yonder. You know, one of them things you turn it.
Yeah.
You didn't have a 2 or 3 channel.
I remember them days, Steve.
Yeah, I was the one that had to go out and turn the antenna all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I had a little niece got electrocuted, touched one of them antennas one time. It electrocuted.
Wow.
You know, nobody know why.
Wow.
It wasn't there no storm or nothing. She touched that antenna. She was outside playing. Patsy was her name, and she was about 7 years old. Cute little old girl.
Wow.
Her mama went outside to check on her. She laying out there by that antenna dead. And the only thing they can figure was she was electrocuted, her feet were burnt real bad. She touched that antenna, and so we don't know why it happened, but it sure did. My aunt was messed up from then on.
Or did y'all find out that the antenna was charged?
It wasn't, it never did do nothing about it. So just kept watching TV.
Wow.
There's something freaky happened in, this was in 56, 57, long in there. Yeah, it was freaky. Don't nobody know exactly what happened.
Wow.
Now I'm gonna tell y'all something else about electricity. And now I didn't see this, but I know that. Man, I hate to laugh, but I knew the man it happened to. That it happened to. I knew him well. I knew all his kids. I went to school with all his kids. Right outside of town, there was a fella that raised rice. It wasn't 2 miles from downtown Shelby. And I don't want to call no names. But anyway, he was one of the few rice farmers around in them days. And I'm gonna call him Mr. Smith. And Mr. Smith worked on this farm for this man. He was the only employee the man had, besides the oldest boy. And they had electric irrigation well out there on the highway that they watered that little old 30, 40 acres of rice with. And it was really a trial deal because there was some Cajuns up there raising rice, but this man was going to try to raise some too. Or Mr. Jones, Mr. Smith, whatever his name was. The well was sitting there, and they had 2 ditches. Had a ditch going that way and a ditch going that way to go down and go around and water that field. So they had a long steel pipe, or aluminum type pipe, but it was galvanized. Back before you bought aluminum pipe, there wasn't no such thing as PVC. Pretty heavy damn pipe. And there was an electric well. Wire going out there to it. Well, Mr. Jones is going to move that pipe to put water in the other ditch. He's been running a day here, he's going to run it this way. Well, he unhooked it. And instead of swinging it, he was going to pick that pipe up and turn it around and put the other end of the pipe in the well. Don't nobody know why. But in the process, he had that pipe on his shoulder and turning it, and it was stuck up. It wasn't balanced, level. It was stuck up in the air, and he got that pipe in that wire going to that well.
Oh, God.
Naked wire up there. It was a naked wire going over there, and it wasn't one of them big 200 and some volt wells like we got now. Not one of them great old big tops on.
Right.
Smaller well. And it blowed all 10 toes of that man's feet out the end of his tennis shoes.
Good.
When his toes come out of his tennis, it tore the end of his tennis shoes off.
Wow.
It blew off all 10 toes.
Wow.
He had no toes. And he wore, of course, it's like a cartoon, man, if you think about it.
Yeah.
But he wore leather boots. He wore leather boots and leather shoes that was about, the soles on them was that thick out there. They had to buy special boots for him. Because, you can't balance without a big toe.
Right.
And they had to make special boots for him to get around. And he didn't get around good now, but he could get around. But it didn't kill him.
Yeah. Well, I had a friend that back when I was younger, we used to call him Mr. Clairol because he was a blonde-headed. He used to race with us, and he was a maintenance guy for his apartment complex that he lived in.
Mm-hmm.
that's what his pay was part of the
Rent.
rent, and he got called to a apartment, and he working on electrical, and it blowed the tips of his fingers off.
Yeah. Right. Didn't kill him though.
No, didn't kill him.
Yep. That electricity is a funny thing, man.
Yeah.
It's I've said this before, but in 1933 now, that ain't that long ago. I mean, it seems like a long, but it ain't that long ago. And I can't remember. I believe it didn't, but 30% of the people in Mississippi have electricity.
Wow.
I believe that's the figure, 30%. I'm going to have to go look that up. But I think in 1933, 30% of the people in Mississippi have electricity. So, the TVA is where the electricity came to Mississippi. And they didn't know nothing about electricity. I mean, they didn't have nobody employed that knew a damn thing about electricity.
Right.
And it took a long time. They still don't know everything there is about electricity now, So the stuff was shabbily put together, the poles, the wire, and all that. Man, I have seen, them barn swallows that live up on the bridges and things.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I stood at the gravel road at the end of the driveway, a quarter mile out there from my house to where I caught the school bus in the wintertime, cold wintertime. And they had them two wires going down through there, and they'd be swinging in the wind, and it'd be lined with them swallows.
Yeah.
Blackbirds, swallows, just hundreds of them. And I've seen them wires blow together, and it'd be 1,000 birds fall dead on the ground. I've seen that. I'd be scared to say how many times I've seen that happen.
Wow.
Back when I was a kid. Man, I've seen it riding down the road on the school bus or in the old truck going to the store or something. Wind be storming, trying to storm, wind be blowing. All of a sudden, you just look up and be the blackbirds or whatever be falling out, just hundreds of them falling. When them wires touch together, it's just, that's it. But that's what we had here, we so far behind. Now we done caught up pretty good now. But,
Yeah.
hell, we had, until I was 14 years old, we had a closet in that old house we lived in. It wasn't nothing but coal oil and lamps. Now,
Yep.
man, we kept all that coal oil and all them lamps going. If the wind blew, we didn't have no electricity.
Oh.
And it was bad.
Well, I got, back when I was a truck driver, I was in an accident up there on the B line in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't my fault though. So while I was waiting to get my truck fixed or repaired, I ended up just buying another truck. But that's not. I was helping my friend do duct work.
Mm-hmm.
We got sent to one of those little old towns that, sure enough, countrified, had bunches of old houses in them.
Mm-hmm.
And man, every time I should have known better. Every time I'd be put in the houses that had about that much crawl space.
Yeah.
And then I'd be put in the houses that went through the roof, that went in the ceiling, with about that much. And man, I'd have to be really careful up there because them houses still had
Oh, cloth wrap wires.
Yeah, and then one ran down the middle and one ran back up, and
Yeah,
they just split off.
lay it on top of them rafters.
Yeah,
Oh, man, I know
man,
it.
I hated that.
Yeah, I guarantee you it's a wonder every house in Mississippi didn't burn down.
Yeah,
My mom and dad's house burnt. See, it's been, I don't know, 10, 15 years now, maybe
Yeah.
longer. And
Wow.
that's how their wiring was. That's what caused it.
Old wire.
oh wow,
Yeah, man, that old wire, that insulation that gets rotten and fall off of it. The stuff is better now, but man, back in the day,
well,
I thought
our
they
house-
said it was paper wrapped, but maybe it was cloth. I don't know.
yeah, it was-
I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen paper, but I've seen a bunch of miles of that old wire, old cloth. Yeah,
yeah, I remember when I got sitting on one of those houses that I didn't have about that much. I'd have to, lay on my back and scoot around.
yeah.
But this is one of the first times that I'd done that duct work. I was running all the duct work under the house. I got finished and I was heading out, and I'd be doggone if I didn't lay a pipe right there at the doggone entrance. I couldn't get my big butt out.
Oh man,
Oh man. I had to take that whole section of pipe back out.
oh Lord, trap yourself under the house.
Yeah, I trapped myself under the house. So the next house that I'd done like that, I always took one of those little army shovels.
Yeah, dig your hole, get out of
Yeah.
there.
I think everybody in chat fell asleep. Ain't nobody said anything for almost 10 minutes.
I know it. I reckon we done bored them to death. What's the weather like up there, Chris?
Cold.
Yeah. And it's sure enough gonna get cold in about 3 or 4 days, 4 or 5 days.
I think they're calling next weekend. We're supposed to be in the teens.
Yeah, we are too. And I can't believe it. We're supposed to be 14 here Friday.
Ooh, what? How cold?
14?
Ooh, man.
That's what it said. Well, you supposed to be 19 already.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be 19. But you know when it gets that cold, I mean, one degree.
See, man, when it gets below 25, I can't stand it. Not to go outside. I can't hardly 45 no more.
Susquehanna Stan said his aunt's house had electric receptacles flat on the floor. Her dog peed on one and got electrocuted.
Oh, goodness gracious.
You know, I've seen houses with it like that.
Yeah.
And folks would turn a Coca-Cola or something over. Yeah, all the breakers get thrown. All the lights go out and somebody spills a Coca-Cola in or a can of beer or something. Yeah, sure. But usually throw the fuse back in them days is the most screw-in fuse.
Fuses, yep. I was getting ready to say, I can remember going, when I was a kid, I'd have to go change fuses in the house.
Well, I used to do that for my mom and dad. And my mom and dad would run out of fuses that you had to screw in there. So I didn't ever tell them, but I was just putting pennies behind them. And then
Yeah.
I threw them in.
Yeah, but hell, that's dangerous, man. That thing about to burn something down right there. Yeah, I done put tinfoil in fuses before on tractors and things, but
Yeah, I had to. As a matter of fact,
that ain't good either.
when I was younger, you remember the tube fuses that run your radios and all?
Mhm.
Man, I'd tear the tinfoil off my cigarettes and I'd wrap it around that.
That's exactly right. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, Chris, one of these Chris's, which one is the radio, CB radio man? Is Chris
Indiana Chris.
Chris,
Indiana Chris?
Indiana, Chris.
We was talking a week or so ago about it. Back in the CB radio day, I was farming. And then one time I was talking on the radio and I had a 500 watt amplifier sitting there feeding another 500 watt amplifier.
Mm-hmm.
And I tuned one of them down to 100 watts.
Yeah.
And then feed the 500. And that thing was, I don't know.
Yeah. It was about 1,100 watts.
It was stronger than the Cleveland radio station. And I kept the tops off of them with a fan blowing. They had fans in them, but I kept the fan sitting up there blowing to keep it cool. And had them 4 big old fuses about that big around wired together at the top. And I was sitting there talking.
Tubes.
What?
Tubes.
Tubes. Yeah, but it had a thing that joined them all together, a little wire with a cap right in the middle of the 4.
Right.
And I was sitting up there talking one night to somebody, I don't even know what. They was off across the country. For some reason, I don't know what I did, why I did it, but I reached up there with my finger and touched that little cap.
Oh.
While I had it.
Oh, wow.
And look, I followed that hand to the corner of the ceiling. And that was the first thing that hit that ceiling up there with my left hand. And I was right behind it. And I know what it feels like to fall from 8 feet and land flat on your damn back. I know what it feels. And it burnt a spot on the end of my finger. Now, I just wonder if I'd have reached up there and grabbed that thing, it probably would have killed me, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would have.
I'd have grabbed it instead of just touching it.
Yeah, it would have.
It like took my shoulder out of place. And I went right behind it. And I sat down there on that floor. I sat up. I said, man, my eye, it was about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I said, am I all right? And then I started laughing.
Good morning, Ernie.
Morning, Ernie.
And I got back up and sat back down and told them folks we was talking. There was a bunch of us talking, I think. Told them what I had done. And man, they called me the biggest idiot. But I sure did. I mean, that thing, man, whew, that was a shock.
I went to ITT Technical Institute for a little while. I was studying electronic engineering.
Yeah.
And I'd only been in school for a couple of weeks, and I had a job as a security guard at one of these. It was a Dow Chemical place, is what it was, and we didn't do anything. And I had one of those small boom boxes that I take to work with me, and it wasn't acting right. And I thought, well, I'm gonna tear it apart and look in there, see if I can find some bad wires or something.
Yeah.
But the radio was playing while I was taking the back off of it, you know. And I got in there and I started moving some stuff around. And next thing I knew, I had grabbed one of those wires. I was trying to remember how something happened. I don't know if 2 wires touched or one of the wires broke or what it was, but it popped. And it was loud. It sounded like a gunshot. Yeah. And the power in the whole building went out. I hurried up and slapped the back on that radio and put it all back together. Went out and started looking around like, what's going on?
Yeah. Call the power company.
Oh, man.
Knocked all the power out. Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't know. I'm scared of electricity. I don't even like fooling with this computer, plugging in wires in and all that back there to reboot it and all that stuff when it acts up.
Well, you do know, Steve, that when you're fooling with 110,
yeah, it's dangerous.
Well, if you touch both the wires at the same time, it's dangerous.
Yeah.
But you can touch one wire and only on 110 now. You can touch a wire that.
As long as you don't touch them both.
Right.
Well, look, My wife like electrocuted me over yonder in that other house we used to live in. I learned a valuable lesson about that switch box. You don't send somebody to throw the breaker. You go throw that something at your son of gun yourself.
Yeah.
Because I was putting in she had an electric stove, and I was putting a new eye on it. You know, it plugs in down in there.
Right.
And the plug-in was loose up under there. So I had a screwdriver, and I'm working through 2 holes. I had taken one off. You know, I'd taken all the eyes off, and I had my hands up on there, and I was tightening that thing down. And I can't remember exactly how it happened, but I was ready to plug the thing in, put the new one in there, and I told her to go out there and throw that breaker. The breaker was on when I was tightening that screw down, because I could almost see what I was doing there with that little screwdriver.
Yeah.
And just tightening the screw up. I got it good and tight. And I said, go out there and throw that breaker to this stove for me. So she went out there and she came back in and said, all right. So I got my fingers on them 2. Listen to this now. I got my hands down in that eye, and I'm working on this eye, but ain't in that hole. I'm off, you know, where I can get in there, plug this thing up. And I guess got my fingers on them, one of them points that stick up in that holder, or 2 of them. I don't know what it did.
Yeah.
But look at him, buddy. That thing grabbed me with my hands down in that stainless steel. And when I pulled out of there, I must have just ripped. And look, I skint both my arms. She had to wipe the skin out from under that damn, both of them holes. Well, I skint myself both arms. And she done gone out there and turned something else off. I don't know what she turned off, but she didn't turn that off. And that stove stayed like that till I healed up some. Sure did. She liked electrocuted. Well, I'm scared of electricity.
Welcome in, Catfish Regulators.
Hey, Amy.
So, Hog Leg,
Yes, sir.
I got something I wanted to share with you. Or anybody else that does some camping and stuff.
Well, wait, let me get you up here on full screen. Do I know how to do that?
Yeah, you can make him.
There you go. So what this is, it's a cup, of course.
It's a coffee press. French press?
No, it's just a cup.
Oh, okay.
But it's got this.
Oh, yeah.
So for camping,
Yeah.
this thing will keep your coffee hot for
There you go.
hours. And
Wow.
they're cheap. And they're really, really light.
Right.
But I wanted to let you guys know.
GSI outdoor.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, that's handy there.
Well, I'm saying, we got that meet and greet coming up. Time to start getting ready for it. And Telly and I have used these for a couple of years now. We love them.
You writing it down, Hog Leg? Yeah, he's writing it down.
Gee.
Do you use a coffee press or you make instant coffee or percolator?
Well, they make actually this GSI Outdoors makes it too. They make a coffee filter
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
that has 3 legs.
Mm-hmm.
It just sets on top of this, and you put your coffee
Pour
in there.
hot water in.
Water.
Yeah.
Right.
I love using a coffee press. I like it.
Well, me and Melissa, we just make instant.
All right, give me all full screen.
Yeah.
We take one of those kettles and just heat it up,
Yep.
water, and then we use instant coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I use instant when we're camping, but especially if we're car camping, we'll use that pour over
I drink instant coffee. I don't overput coffee.
It's
Yeah,
just
both.
it's amazing these little you wouldn't think that it would
No,
this little bit of insulation
no.
would keep it that hot for that long, but it does. These things
Hey,
work great.
Bobcat.
And that plastic is okay for heat?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, we pour, we'll heat when we're car camping, we'll heat up on our camp stove,
Right.
boiling water, and we pour it straight in there.
Wow. Oh, yeah, nerd. Bobcat, welcome in.
I won't be long. I go in there and cook sausage and gravy.
Hey, now Bobcat, have you guys ever put butter in your coffee?
I never have.
No.
It's
I
good
put
stuff.
honey and I put vodka and I put a bunch of other stuff in it. And I put butter in it.
No, when it's cold, I like brandy in it. Blackberry brandy.
We used to put when I was duck hunting out there on the river back in the younger days, we used to make beef bouillon in a thermos and put about 2 shots of vodka in there with it. That was pretty good. That was decent
Wow.
when it was really, really cold.
Bobcat's getting ready for a big tournament, isn't he?
Yeah.
He got one today. Stan said he's coming down gonna try to come down to the gathering.
Squanish Stan said he's planning on going to the gathering.
That's the same. That's the one y'all went to last year, Hogway.
Yep. Great time too, man.
Yeah, those trips are always a lot of fun. The drive home is usually tough.
Yeah.
I would say that Tennessee gathering was probably one of the highlights of the year for us. I mean, we had a lot of fun there.
Yeah, we sure did.
What town was that near? Chattanooga?
Yes.
Yeah, Chattanooga.
I know a girl in Chattanooga that medal attack. I sure do.
Hashtag Team Tennessee.
There you go. Looking for turtles. She stopped in Kentucky on the way down to find the turtle man. Turtle man and the turtle lady.
Yeah.
We caught Bobcat said the spring bite is awesome. We caught, Telly and I caught a lot of fish on that trip.
Yeah, dear.
Y'all boat fishing though, right?
All right. Look here. Catfish regulator.
Well, that would be a good one to go to meet the folks you talk to and everything.
Yep.
Heck yeah.
I've been to Chattanooga one time long years ago watching them play baseball. That was a long way. I've forgotten. I checked it, how many hours it was when y'all was having that thing. And I checked CatCon. Hell, it's even further. I think. Or are they about the same?
CatCon's in Louisville.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think both of them about 10 hours.
Me and Melissa can only afford to go on one trip like that per year, so.
Chattanooga, yeah.
Chattanooga, Tennessee.
No, I can't. I was up there watching my youngest son play, but we did go to a Lookouts game. I like that old stadium they played in. It was a pretty place. Memphis had a stadium like that. When I was in college, I played in it. When we played Memphis State.
That's true, Aaron. when we were down there in Virginia this last time, we stayed in got a house with Freddie and Nina. There were 96 or 97 steps from the house down to the boat dock.
Oh my God.
And me and Tom and Freddie were down on the dock fishing. And somehow Aaron came all the way down those stairs and was on the other side of the dock behind a pontoon boat, and we didn't even know he was there. How he snuck up on us, I don't know.
I don't know either.
He must have some. He must be half Indian, huh? I'm looking this thing up now.
You looking up Tennessee or Chester Frost Campground?
Chattanooga, Mississippi. Now, this thing don't say but 6.5 hours.
That's about what it takes me and Telly, 6 to 8 hours.
Yeah. It takes me and Melissa 5 hours.
They must be built some new roads since I went over there.
Let me look
Well,
at
82 for one thing. 82 is 4-lane, 65 mile an hour all the way to Atlanta or Birmingham. That's part of it there, I guess. Well, 82 was 1-lane road when I went over there. And
US 82?
yeah,
Well, that's right. I ain't far from, what, half a mile from US 82?
you got to be Alabama 82.
It's almost
You
exactly 6 hours for me and Telly to Chester Frost.
Well, that ain't. That's got to be Alabama 82, Hogley.
This
So
is
US 82 runs all the way from
It runs through Columbus,
Mississippi.
Alabama. I mean Georgia.
Columbus, Mississippi.
Georgia.
No,
US 82 is right out here in front of my house. About a half mile.
is it 4-lane?
Yep. All the way to the coast.
Man, that can't be right. You know that ain't right, boy.
Yeah, it is. I'm telling you. Hey, when we go to do some serious flathead fishing, we get on 82 and we run it 3 hours all the way to the coast.
Well, what 82 am I talking about that runs through about 6 states?
Georgia?
Huh?
Georgia? US 82.
Well, let me see.
Cause
Yeah, they won't even bring up Albany, Georgia. What's wrong with this silly thing?
Operator.
Yep.
I typed in Albany, Georgia. Man, come on here.
Goes through Phoenix City, Alabama, over into Columbus, Alabama.
Starting route to Albany.
So we're discovering in chat that Bobcat and Aaron were born in the same hospital in the same year.
Lord have mercy.
Wow. Well, get this.
I don't know why.
Me and Melissa's ex is both from Florida, both from Plant City, and was both born in the same hospital.
Wow.
Now, what you know, and Melissa and her ex used to come watch me race. Didn't know her though, and she didn't know me. But
That opened up can. You know what? Oh,
I'm right.
I am too, though. Wait a minute, that disappears right in here.
Hey, you remember the other day, Hogleg, on your show? I think it was your show or KP's. I don't remember, but I was showing you guys that new phone mount that I bought.
Yeah, it's
And
KP's.
I kept saying, you know, I had another one, but I couldn't find it anywhere.
Right.
Well, I found it. Guess where it was at?
Where?
In the boat.
Mm.
No, go.
When I got done fishing the other day, I went to put that new one. I went to put it in the little side compartment on the boat where I keep all my lights and everything.
Yeah.
And I opened that up, and there it was, laying right in there.
Oh, wow.
Been in the boat the whole time. I didn't
Okay.
even need a tripod. I could have been using that.
Yeah, that's what you would have never lost your
And I
phone.
would have never lost my phone.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
You know, I wonder if that's the same 82 highway.
If it's US 82,
Well, I mean, it runs, so it's 82. That's an even number. It means it runs east and west. So I don't
Yeah.
see why not.
But it's for it to get down the Hog Leg, it's got to put some, got to put a bunch of south in. All right, here it is, right here, and that ain't Brooksville. It runs through Starville, right through the middle of Starville, right through the middle of Columbus. That's the same highway, Hog.
I know it.
How about that? And I know it goes all the way to Tuscaloosa as 82. I'd have been up. Oh, come on. That's Tuscaloosa, and there's 82 going into Tuscaloosa.
It runs from Brunswick to Greenville, I know.
It runs to Greenville, Mississippi, too. Yeah, it goes south at Tuscaloosa because at Tuscaloosa, if you're going to Atlanta at Tuscaloosa, you get on I-20. I believe it's I-20 at Tuscaloosa to Birmingham to Atlanta. And there's 82 goes south at Tuscaloosa. So it's the same 82.
I thought it was.
Yeah, it sure is. How about that?
We live on the same road.
Sure do. I live about three miles off of it.
I live about half a mile off of it.
All right. Well, it's the same highway. How about that?
All right. So here's a question for you. Does 82 cross Interstate 65 somewhere down there in Alabama?
See, I don't know where 65 is.
I-
Tell me where it is.
I think it does.
Well, if that's the case, because I'm about 4 miles from Interstate 65.
Does
So we're all-
65 run to Atlanta or Birmingham?
It goes down through Birmingham and Montgomery.
Yeah.
Well,
There's a
Yeah,
little, there's a
well,
little
lady.
trick- there's a little trick that I learned. All the even numbers. go
Oh,
north.
yeah.
I mean, go all the odd numbers go north and south.
Yeah.
That's
All
right.
the even numbers go east and west.
That's
Yep.
right. Yeah, so 82 will cross 65 if 65 goes on south.
Yeah.
It'll cross it down there in South Alabama somewhere.
Yep. So see, we're all connected.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty neat. I sure didn't know 82 ran that south down through there, but I didn't ever think about where it went. I know you get off at 82 at Tuscaloosa to keep going east, but I didn't ever think about what direction it went.
Yeah, I see
see.
82 now. I see right where it crosses right there in Montgomery.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, see, I know 82 runs through Texarkana, Arkansas, Texarkana, Texas, and I don't know where it goes from there. I don't know if it goes down to Dallas or not. I think that's a different highway. And I don't guess it starts in Texarkana. I don't know. It might. I don't know. I just
No,
floated.
it starts in Brunswick, Georgia.
It what?
Starts in Brunswick, Georgia.
Well, one end of it does anyway, huh? Yeah, I think that's probably the reason they four-lane that thing when they did, because it's pretty major cross-country, route down through here.
Yeah.
But in most of it, a lot of it, it runs east and west. It don't run no. It's gradually headed south.
Yeah.
but then at Tuscaloosa, it turns and goes
Yeah.
southeast. Yeah.
I have so much crap in my boat, I lose stuff all the time.
Hey,
Yeah.
y'all, what time does the fishing start this morning?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock Eastern.
Man, that ain't but just a little while. Yeah, Mayor was born in 74. He's a young puppy too, ain't he?
Hey, Catfish Regulators, you was born on December 9th. My brother was born on December 9th. He's 46 years.
A lot of great birthdays in December.
He'll be 46 years old December 9th.
9 o'clock. All right, looking at y'all, I think I'm fixing to go have to lay down. Try to get a couple hours sleep because I want to watch some of this fishing.
I'll definitely be watching.
Yep.
Yeah.
Me too.
Be rooting for my buddy Bobcat.
Oh, yeah.
I hope the weather is not too bad on any of them.
It's going to be
I think
cold.
You can stand the temperature as long as the wind ain't blowing too bad.
That's what happened to me yesterday. I was going to go out for bait and make it a bait-only day.
Yeah.
I ended up running my errands and stuff first, went to the casino, and then when I came out of that casino, we had 20-mile-an-hour winds. I'm like, I ain't going out in that.
No.
No, that ain't no fun.
Did you do any luck yesterday at the casino?
I did.
Wow.
I had a hand pay yesterday.
That's good.
Well, it's good that it's bad because they take about 40% in taxes.
Yeah.
Oh, you had to pay taxes. You hit them a lick then.
Oh, yeah.
You do the slots or you play blackjack or what?
Nah, I play slots.
Slot. Well, maybe you get in some good time before all that Bobcat. That damn cold air off that water and that wind, boy. Woo.
Bobcat, is it going to be cold up there in April at the meetup? Is it normally cold up there?
It could be.
Last year was nice.
Last year was, it got hot.
Yeah, it did. It got a little hot, didn't it?
If I came up, I'd have to sleep in my truck because I ain't got a tent, I ain't got a camp, I ain't got nothing in my.
Well, I'm not going to let you sleep in my tent, that's for sure.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't either. I gave all my stuff to my grandson. Even my teepee. I guess I could go up there and get my teepee back though.
That's all you need, teepee.
And I got a nice teepee. Got an air conditioner boot on it, 110 air conditioner.
Oh, you got. It sounds like you got a yurk.
No, it's a teepee. It's room in there for 2 cots.
Oh wow.
And the girl I bought it from was a commercial seamstress. She put in remodel inside of. I don't think she ever did a great big one. 747 was the biggest jet she ever did, but she used to reupholster all the seats in it.
All right.
They landed over there at the airport close to her, and she had a hangar they put it up in, and she reupholstered the whole interior of the airplane.
Right.
So she got all them sewing machines. They got all that stuff. And she fished. We fished together a lot, and she had bought this teepee. Everybody else had tents. She bought teepee. I had never seen one before. And she had cut a hole in that tent, in that teepee, and put a rubber membrane in it, stuck out, and she set her air conditioner on a milk crate and put that rubber boot with a top strap around the front of that air conditioner.
Right.
And that thing, you hang meat up in that thing, man. It go.
One time I did a regular tent that way.
Yeah. Anyway, I bought it. She wanted a bigger one, and I bought that one from her.
Go get him, Bobcat.
Yep, go get them, Bob.
All right, Bobcat, I'm gonna be watching y'all. I'm finna close this thing down. I hate to do it, but I'm getting stupid. I got to get some sleep.
All
And
right.
it is 5 o'clock.
And I've
I
been
see.
for 5
I
hours
see.
and 43 minutes.
Huh?
I said, and I've been up here 5 hours and 43 minutes.
All right. Yeah. Well, that's how long I've been here. 5 hours and 43 minutes.
Oh, I didn't come when you stopped. Well,
It
so-
says live for 5 hours and 43 minutes.
That's what it says up there.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. I enjoyed it. Appreciate everybody stopping in.
Thank you for letting me up here, Steve.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man. I
thanks for letting
enjoyed
me
it.
up.
I'm glad y'all came up. I enjoyed visiting.
Enjoyed
Telling all
everybody
the-
in the chat also.
Yep. Telling all the tales. I'll see y'all after a while.
Bye,
All right.
everybody.
Bye.
Goodbye.